right, I'm getting set up here. Looks like I got a good connection. Checking some audio. Let me post over here in Discord. All right. Oh, that's awesome, Inkbite. Yeah, honestly, Warp surprised me so much. They've come a long way. What do you think of the way they're doing their pricing? I know that's kind of controversial to a point. Can AI code a C++ game engine? Uh, I'd have to imagine it can do. I've used it to build parts of C++ game engines, but not like an entire thing. Like I used it to do a little bit of physics stuff. A very simple like rendering pipeline. Thanks, Trashman. I appreciate that. That's awesome on the pricing. So, looking at Qwen 3 Max preview, let me know if you guys have had a chance to try it. I'm really curious uh, how this is going to work. I haven't had a whole lot of time with it because I've been on the Kimi K2 update. Let me do my junk email. Yeah, back when I did a lot of game dev stuff, it was all DirectX back then or OpenGL. I actually have wanted to go back and play around with Vulkan because that seems to have just taken off. Honestly, I'll be very curious to hear how that goes. You also figured out when the memory cache comes in, it's killing AI context, I guess. No, I wish I would have got paid for the framework desktop. I paid $2,700 for it. I pre-ordered it, and I was actually in batch three originally, and I'm guessing some people canceled. So, funny story on the framework. I don't know if I've actually mentioned this too much, but my intention was not to buy it until I had a chance to watch some reviews. So but I did put the pre-order in. I got it in batch three. I'm like, oh, that's great. I'll have a little bit of time to actually go and decide if I want to buy it or not. So then, wasn't paying attention to it. Wasn't paying attention to it, and apparently I got bumped up to batch two because I'm guessing there was some cancellations. And I just saw the notification, oh, your framework is shipped, and I'm like, oh crap, I guess I'm in it now. So yeah, and actually, this right here is the GPT OSS 120B. It's actually connected to my framework right now. So I was just playing around with. Actually, I kind of like this tool. I don't know if you've seen what I've done with this yet, but I don't think I can use any sort of agentic tools with coding on the framework. But I do like having access to these bigger models. It's been kind of neat. Man, I wish I had time to work on the game engine project. You should definitely share with us though if you're in Discord. Let us know kind of how that goes. All right, so we got to do a couple tests here. Let me make sure. I do not know what temperature for Qwen 3 Max we should be running. I was trying to do some Googling on it. So I think we're going to just start where Qwen 3 Coder is, around 0.6, 0.7. And we'll see kind of how that kind of fires off here. Let's go ahead and save that. Match precision, Alibaba, Qwen 3 Max. All good there. Let me grab a prompt. I always want to see kind of how AI works with like creating a pool game. Your government banned Discord. What country are you in? Inkbite. That's crazy. I don't think I had heard of any government banning Discord. Yes, I actually have an update ready to go. Maybe I can push it here tonight and get it for my. Someone's asking about updating the website. I have a update ready to go. Turkey, man. I actually it's been a few years since I've been out to Turkey. I was looking at that GMK Tech Evo. I was watching a video on it on YouTube. I would love someone to compare that as well. I mean, I could do pretty much any comparisons we want on the framework, but I mean, on one hand, I actually really like it. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised. I've been moving, and I've got another Linux computer like sitting underneath it that I would use for like pretty much all my server stuff in my house. So I'm slowly moving everything over to my framework, and I'm going to just get rid of my old one. I mean, it literally is like a 15-year-old Linux computer. So it was actually time for it to go. So I guess it worked out. All right, man, the sun's getting my eyes. I might have to go put the window in a folder called pool. Create the following. So we're going to see how well it works with prompt-based tool calling. This is Qwen 3 Max. I've actually heard it's pretty slow, honestly. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, that's awesome, Inkbite. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would actually love to get out there again. See that the Birdman. The problem that I have. Let's see what model. I think I just have GPT. Let me look over here real quick. Yeah, I just have GPT OSS 120B loaded. The any like dense model just runs like absolute garbage. It's like 5-6 tokens per second. It's really tough. Yeah, that's exactly right. The only thing here, let me just show you. This is the GPT OS 120B. Let me just make a new chat here. Let's say, all right. So give me a fully functioning game of pool in Python. So this should be really quick on the prompt processing time. That's already done. So we should start getting streaming here. Any second here. Says it's done prompt processing, but apparently it's still going. I wonder if I broke something with the app when I updated it. It's taking longer than it should. There it goes. So this is on the AMD. This is on the framework desktop. Like this is good speed, honestly, because it's not a dense model. It's a mixture of experts model. So I've been really trying to find the best mixture of expert models to run on it because I can work with this kind of speed. 5 or 6 is godly painful. Like it's so bad. So it's asking me if I want to use PyMonk. It's telling me the typical layout. Yeah, just go number 1, pure Python, pure Pygame, please. So for this one, let me just check on what I have it loaded at. Okay, I have it maxed out currently at 131.72. I have flash attention on with no Kcache and no Vcache quantization. And the evaluation batch size is 4096, is what that's currently at right now. And it is here. Let me see if I can go into Putty here. I wonder if I still have it open. So here it is running currently. So GPU is hitting 95%, and then there's a lot of I don't even know if this is misinformation or if it's just I'm not understanding something. But there's a lot of people saying that you should turn dynamic allocation on. But I actually found with the big models, with the little models, 100% dynamic allocation is great. With the big models, you really do want to go into your BIOS and then just set it to 96 or whatever you want, because I actually was testing the Qwen 3 235B A22B, whatever that model is, and it took an hour and 20 minutes for it to actually load. Like, it is, if you put dynamic allocation on, it is ungodly slow. So just set the hard limit to 96 and go with it. I can load it in like 10 minutes. Yeah, 131K is very usable. And I've really been trying to tune in the GPT OSS 120B model because I've heard that it's actually really good. Okay, so I know I'm bouncing around a little bit. This is Qwen 3 Max. I'm going to see if it actually created something. So it did. No tool call issues. It actually just straight up wrote. How many tokens did it do here? I mean, not a ton. How big is the file? I mean, that's a pretty decent. That's a pretty normal size, actually. Sometimes if you get it like 200 lines, it's it's not going to work. Let's just see if this even loads up. Here we go. All right. I will say this feels very much like Qwen. So, actually, man, do I still have it running? Hold on a second. This actually almost looks identical to the Kimi K2 one. Kimi K2. Did I do it in here? Let's see here. Where's my pool game? Task manager, network, screen recorder. Oh, let's see. Kimi K2 Grok. I think it's this one actually, where I put it. Personal portfolio. I had a pool game in here. Python. Root code. Yeah, like look at the color of this. Like, I mean, maybe I'm overly comparing this, but it seems like very similar in design because like notice the corners here. So the Kimi K2 version has made that same mistake. Actually, like the Kimi K2 version actually at least got the middle one to where you can knock stuff in it. It's interesting how similar those are. But all right, let's see if the physics actually do anything. I actually don't even know. Oh, I hold the right mouse button down to hit it. It's actually pretty good. You're just not going to be able to knock anything in there. Yeah, Kimi K2 is actually really good. Yeah, I mean, definitely not playable at all. Let's just run another test of this though at a different temperature, like at no temperature. So we're gonna switch it down to 0 here real quick. Let's go to no custom temperature. If you don't put a temperature, root code sends it to 0 if it requires a temperature parameter. In a folder called pool_00, create the following. I don't really want to close my window, but sun's kind of annoying. All right, we'll let that run. Let's see what other questions you guys have. What local LLM would you recommend for a 16 gigabyte VRAM up to 20 gigabytes? Just got a Mac Air M4 with 24 gigs of RAM. Let's take a look. So you have the Mac Air M4 with 24 gigs of RAM. You maybe, let me take a look at what Qwen 3 Coder, how small it can actually go down to. Show all options. I typically go for the unsloth ones. Just have better luck with those. You probably could start out with this Q2_K_L 30B A3B instruct and see what kind of quality you get out of that. If you can fit it and you can get it pretty well, you might even be able to bounce up to the Q3 version. Q4 might be a little bit too much because, like, look at this. It's 17.67 there, so you probably need a little bit more there. But these are good. The other one that's actually good is Devstral. 2507. Let me see if those are actually. I gotta find the unsloth ones again. There it is, 2507. Yeah, you could fit the. With the small context window, you could probably do Q3. You probably want to try to jump down to like the Q2. Now, I've actually heard people say these IQ quants are actually pretty good. I haven't tested those enough to know, but I do know the XL ones usually do better for me. I saw that Birdman about the Kimi K20905. I saw a video of someone running it on a Mac 512 gigabyte. That is insane. It actually was getting, I mean, reasonable tokens per second, which is crazy. All right, let's see if the, I told it 00. See if this actually runs. So this is no temperature. This is interesting. Sometimes the physics will do this where it's actually not that bad a reaction. Hard to tell. Well, I mean, one thing's for sure, in both instances, which is really rare for models, the physics are actually working. A lot of times they fail at that. Hit it backwards. Whoops. I wanted to knock that in. I just want to see if it'll go in the pocket. Yeah. Yep, it does. Cool. Interesting. And that cost 8 cents. So I don't know if temperature matters a whole lot here. I mean, we need to test that's a lot more. Let's do a... We're going to crank the temperature up to 2. And do that same thing again. Copy this prompt. And then if... This should have some, like, crazy... Oh, someone in Discord just told me this. I have this habit built into my head where I always go and copy the prompt and then paste it back in. You literally can just hit up in root code. You don't even have to go and do what I just did. So we're going to do pool _ 02. Actually, let's just do 2. It's kind of nice. I've got it built like a terminal there. Inkbite, I also love GLM 4.5 Air. I've got the... Let me look at what version I'm running over here. Let's see here. Okay, I'm running the Q4 version, which is about 60 gigabytes to load in. I was using that a lot. I actually really like it. I wish I could run a Kimi K2 mod. Oh, why do I have an error now? Wait, is it because I made the temperature what it did? Like, if I turn this back off, is it going to work? Maybe the temperature is too high? I meant to do that. Let's just do 1. Getting a 400, that could definitely be because I set the temperature too high. Maybe it's a little bit more promising. We'll see. For those of you joining, I appreciate you guys hanging out on this Saturday afternoon, by the way. Testing some Qwen 3 Max, talking local models, happy to run whatever. So yeah, it actually won't even allow me to set above a 1 temperature. So it is going into the API. Let's see what else is going on here. I was actually looking at trying to get a thread ripper so I could get more PCI express lanes. I would love to like start just accumulating some secondhand GPUs and see what I could actually get running. Or like 4 and you get to double that. You've been playing around with K2 and it's extremely fast. Mike, are you using it on Grok? Like K2, or are you running it locally? Are you trying to like run it on your... Are you one of the people that able to run it on your MacBook? Or not your MacBook, your Mac Studio? This one, it's an interesting behavior here. Like, look how, like how short even the task complete is. We'll do some other cool tests. I'm just trying to zone in on a temperature here. Okay. So this one actually is very similar to the 0.6 one. The corners are all off. Like you can't actually sink any balls. Let me see if we can actually, but physics still work. Honestly, the friction's a little off. They're kind of rolling a little bit longer than I would expect. It's super interesting. Not really sure about what temperature for that. I'd have to kind of like do. It kind of felt like the lower temperature one, other than this being backwards though. Interesting. Maybe we try something in between real quick here. Let's do. So one and 0.6 seemed about the same. 0 was definitely different than 0.6. So let's try 0.3. And then let's name this 0.3. Let's see what we get there. Man, the thing about warp though, it is. I would honestly, no lie here, if my workflow wasn't so much using the terminal built into VS Code, which by the way, I absolutely hate the terminal in VS Code. Like it bugs out on me sometimes. Sometimes it literally will just be blank and I can't even do anything with it. So like if I could get rid of this and just use like warp in VS Code, I would 100% do that. It's so good. But the one thing that I mean when I use warp though, I burn credits pretty quick on it. So I don't know. I'm on the low plan though. I don't have like the big plan. I do really like Codex now. You can kind of see I've got a bit too many coding agents installed here. So this one actually, I don't think the other ones actually did a to-do list. You guys, I need to go back through the logs, but it seems like a longer to-do list than we had before. Let's open GNAI here and go to. Looks like there's an update. I'm gonna ignore that though for now. Remind me later. I use this a lot for my local models as well. Open router. Let's go in and grab the slug for it. So I actually want to test the Sonoma models a bit more, even though I tested them quite a bit yesterday to try to figure out what they are. And I wasn't overly impressed with their coding capabilities. All right, so new chat. Let's do, I just want to have it tell me like, write me a 4-paragraph essay on why advancement is important. I want to see what TPS I'm getting. Okay, I thought it felt like that to me when I was in root code. Looks like 14, 13. That's actually maybe slower than I anticipated. I was thinking more like. So 4-paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13 tokens per second. That's brutal. How is that matching what OpenRouter's reporting here? No, that doesn't sound right. OpenRouter's reporting 58. Maybe it's just something with GNAI there. Man, an open source warp where you've got like the really nice. That's really cool. You guys are liking it. I personally had kind of been ignoring it for a while, and then I used the terminal for a while, and actually really started liking it a bunch. But yeah, I probably got an update. I bet you there's a new update at this point, but man, it's just so nice. I can open up my Ubuntu. The one thing that gets me, I don't know if this gets you too, is this auto detection doesn't seem to work like the greatest for me. I'm always manually like switching between terminal and agent mode because sometimes I'll put in something that should be a command in auto mode. Like I'll do like cd dot 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 or something like that, and sometimes it'll kick in the agent mode when it shouldn't. It's kind of odd. Yeah, this definitely seems. I don't even know about. I don't actually know if temperature is affecting this thing that much. We might just be able to run no temperature. This is significantly worse, but I thought zero temperature was better. This is 0.3 temperature. It literally might just be like runtime variant. I can't even shoot the ball or aim. So definitely confused on the temperature side. Huh. Yeah, that's what happens to me too. If you hit escape, it resets. You're right. I mean, I see why they do it. I've just found that me just manually switching between them has just been better for me. Wait, you guys got banned from Augment? What would you guys do to get banned? Birdman, you got banned? Think about you got banned too? All right, let's do a different test. I think what I'm going to do though is I'm just going to turn off temperature. I'm kind of thinking it's not mattering because we're getting kind of random results all the way through. So let's grab a. I have a couple that I like to do. I want a little bit of a harder one. Let's do this. All right. This will be like a traffic simulator thing. Yeah, I actually need to try the solo stuff a bit more. I'm assuming you're talking about Trey solo mode thing it's got. When I'm testing, a lot of times I just try to do the vanilla stuff. Oh, I see. So you bounce between new accounts. Yeah, so you probably really appreciate when these models like Sonoma and stuff pop up because you can. Sharik, man, good to see you. I'm good. Doing a little bit of testing with Qwen 3 Max and not really sure if temperature actually impacts it at all via the API. I do know that if you try to pass 2 in for the temperature, it doesn't work. You like open code, tab to switch modes. Tabs feels like it wasn't being used for anything except for complete. Yeah, I'm a big fan of open code as well. The one thing, I was talking to Dax about this with open code. I really, and he said they're going to do this at some point, but I really want like a config or some way to auth and configure a model with like temperature, top P, top K, all of that stuff in here without having to go to the JSON file and just have this update the JSON file. Because I don't know, it's just if it's just me, but every time I'm trying to remember like, okay, so options can be in the model object, but it also can be in the provider object. And that it always throws me off every time for how to actually format that JSON file. So I have like a couple versions off to the side that I always reference here. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, they did a web version. So let's take a look. I actually am curious what kind of design chops this thing has too. This seems terrible. What do we got? Okay, so it looks like probably something didn't get initialized correctly here. Looks like, let me give it the line of code. Give it the comment to this line. Guys, real question, do you think this AI architecture is really AI? Be curious what you mean by that, Inkbite, if you could expand on that a little bit. Oh, Mike, let me get you the link to Discord. Be cool to have you. So we have, I actually was looking at this the other day. Oh, man, we're over 1,000 people in here now. I'm not going to actually find the number. But there is, I actually looked, we're like over 1,000 people, which is absolutely insane. Let's grab that. I think it'll let me paste it in here. Yeah. Otto, did you find the YouTube channel in GitHub? I have not seen his, so I'm probably going to butcher your name, but Otto May. I did not see Gitta's or Donato's YouTube yet. I would actually love to check that out. I did actually see one video, not of those, where they talked about different versions of Vulkan performing differently on the Max Plus version. And I'm very interested in that. I want to try to dig into that a little bit more. Yeah, John, slash config would be nice. Yeah, some way to help me not have to remember that JSON format all the time. I'm actually wondering, okay. So we actually got some traffic going now. This is supposed to be a city block traffic simulator. Let's go something simpler and start with, yeah. I want to see what kind of design taste it has. This might just not be a model, unfortunately, that is like good at coding everything. It might be kind of like a planning model or kind of a debugging model or something. Or maybe like I was trying to tune in the temperature. It could be the temperature at 0 is just garbage and I haven't figured that out yet. Okay, so I do these because I think it's just kind of fun to see what it comes up with about itself. So this should give us an idea of like how well it is at like front end design type stuff. Yeah, Opus actually did a way better job on that last prompt, Sharik, when I did the traffic simulator in the past. It feels like I'm getting. Let's take a look at the speed here as we kind of come in. I mean, that's not bad. It's definitely not fast. It doesn't feel like what Jan AI is reporting with 13 tokens per second. I am on Qwen 3 Max. Let me see if I can do this. So create a Python file to play a game of Tetris. I'm trying to get it to like do something. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It actually tried to do tool calling because of that. That's kind of, just give me the code. There we go. Now it's still 15:16 in Jan. What's up? Thank you for joining. I would say like the experience so far is average right now. I don't think I've been blown away by anything. I really thought it would be influenced by temperature. So I'm still a little bit concerned or nervous about that. Hey, actually, in fact, why don't we go ahead and load up OpenCode and configure it to see if it can do some native tool calling. I think this will be, it should work fine in here. And I already have OpenRouter configured, so Qwen 3 Max. Okay. Hello, let me make sure it's connected. Well, that is a very long hello response. New. Let's do a... All right, in a folder called WebOS, create the following. I'm really curious how this is going to do with tool calling in OpenCode. It's definitely working very well with root code, with prompt calling, prompt-based tool calling. Did it actually create anything? Yep, so we have the folder created, and it did write the file. So it is working with native tool calling. It's writing pretty quick, actually. Okay, so we apparently have our portfolio done. And I just want to take a look at what it's using. Get some... So it is using placeholder images. I like that. Okay. Whoa, okay. This is Qwen 3. Oof. Qwen 3 Max in root code designing a portfolio page for itself. I mean, I guess the placeholder images didn't work. It did not do a great job at color. Let's do this same prompt, but let's do it at a higher temperature. Cause I'm maybe like we'll even shoot it up to like a 1. Cause that doesn't seem very good at all. I kind of want to be able to type in this number here. I always have the hardest time getting exactly where I want it. There we go. Yeah, Inkbite, I'm really curious what you mean about the architecture behind AI. Do you mean, because I'm wondering, like, philosophically, are you thinking, like, is LLMs actually AI? Is that kind of what you're saying? Yeah, those sliders are very sensitive. All right, so it looks like we have our WebOS done. That seems actually quicker than it should have been. Oh my gosh, this doesn't seem promising at all. We have a 25-line HTML page. That's actually maybe a little bit more promising. What's the odds this is going to actually work first time? What? What is this background? Some bubbles? Calculator. That is quite a calculator. It works. Oh, and I can resize. That's actually kind of nice. Some of them don't let you do that. Notepad. Yeah, it doesn't actually switch focus like it should back and forth. And one of the things that a lot of AI end up messing up with this prompt is the input box here. Sometimes it'll only be like 2 or 3 lines. Maximize is working. What about minimize? It is minimized down here, but I can't reopen it. File manager. New folder. System prompts. Very rarely, sometimes these will actually work. No. Did not think that would. App Store. Installed video player. I do have a video player option now. Oof. Gonna have to see what this model's good at. All right, I might load up my other like back-end repository and kind of have it do some work in there. So portfolio one. This is that one temperature. Okay. Let me fix my tabs here. I think it's probably worse, to be honest with you. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, so on the AI side, it's so interesting because I don't know, the term AI's just got so convoluted nowadays. When I went to college, like my dream, this could sound kind of lame at the time, but my dream was to be an AI programmer. So I studied neural networks. I did a lot of stuff with like A-star pathfinding because in video games that's where I wanted to work at the time. It was all about decision trees, pathfinding. Um, you would try to do stuff with like genetic algorithms, but they were really hard to actually get to be useful in video games. And then you would do stuff where you'd have to do some sort of like dynamic pathfinding. So you'd have like, for example, like if you're doing pathfinding and the world's changing, being able to make people like jump over something or move through things or go around things was really fun challenges for me. And I loved working on that back then. And so for the longest time to me, like AI was, it could be as simple as a decision tree with some perception of the environment around you in a digital experience. And then LLMs have kind of like co-opted like what AI means nowadays. So I don't know. Like when a company says like, hey, they use AI, is it machine learning models? Is it LLMs? Is it a decision tree? Is it genetic algorithms? Do they have their own neural network? I don't even know. Like I think just the AI just means way too much nowadays. You need super AI right now or a team of coders. Yeah, I think we all need super AI. So let me show you, if you guys haven't had a chance to see my Kimmy K2 video, let me see if I still have that Kimmy K2 version up. One thing is super clear to me is this Qwen 3 Max is not a great like front end designer, so I probably will not be using it for that. Like, look at this initializing AI powered portfolio. This is broken. So that one is. This all looks great, but I must have broke something with it because this used to all be styled well. Let's see if this actually. Yeah, I definitely broke something with the JavaScript. I probably deleted something I shouldn't have. But this being somewhat designed, I definitely broke the styling here compared to this. This is like what I probably would make as an engineer. This is definitely in my type of design with my poor design skills. Now I'm curious in open code though. Let me open up a. See if I'm still on Qwen 3 Max. Yep. I want it to make a plan for this web OSing. So we're gonna. I'm in plan mode right now. Plan agent in a folder called opencode underscore webOS plan. Create the following. I don't know how this is actually going to work, but I want to see if it plans it out. Why did it fail to send the message? That sucks. What? Hello? Provider not found. All right, models. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I was like on a bad version, like had a bad slug in there or something. Okay, there we go. I got it creating a plan now. Plan mode active, no modifications allowed. That makes sense. Because I told it to make that in a folder called Open Router WebOS. Plan the following. Plan the following. Maybe it'll do it then. There we go. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way, Alex. So let's Alex is saying it doesn't seem that useful for coding. So yes, go ahead and create it. KHWPP. I agree, man. Qwen code is phenomenal. Part of the problem right now is it's just there's so many models out there, and I think I don't know. I just feel like the majority of people probably have never even heard of Qwen. To be honest with you, we were talking about it in Discord the other day, and I still stay in contact with a lot of engineers I used to work with in the past, and they don't keep up with new models that come out. They're just using Cursor Auto or whatever, and they're fine. I don't know how many of us there actually are, or what percentage of us there actually are that actually care about all the models that come out. But it's cool to have a group of us that do. Like I like checking every one of them out. I cannot run. I'm assuming. So, John, you ask if the framework desktop can run the 230B Qwen 3 coder. I'm assuming you mean the 480. So what I can run here, I'll just show you while that's kind of running. Qwen 3 235B. A20. Let me find the unsloth one. Here it is. No, not the thinking one, but the size would be about the same. This guy. What I'm able to run on my framework desktop is this Q2 underscore K underscore L. And I can get okay-ish tokens per second with that. Not insanely good, but I can get okay ones. The Qwen 3 coder one, I can only run the little guy, but there is a 1 million one. Let's see if I have it still. So if I do Qwen 3 coder 1 million, the searching is always kind of wonky here. There is a Qwen 3 coder though, that is 3 coder. I probably had it come up already and it went away. One. There it is. So there is a 1 million one, and I've actually loaded that one in and did like 300 or 400K context on the framework desktop, and it runs pretty good there too. So my build failed. It's still working. What are we up to? We're up to 29 cents in open code now. Oh, you did? That's awesome. Yeah, John, you'll have to let us know how it goes. Yeah, the pale never. You're right. Unfortunately, the 235 billion parameter version definitely is a lot worse at coding. Let's take a look at this repo. So there's a feature I've been wanting to add. So this is an app that I've been working on a little bit because I'm running GPT OSS 120B in here currently. I just wanted something to be able to very easily like open a folder, add some sort of context to it. So if I go new folder and I would say like, hey, add all 3 of these, and I could go, hey, redesign this to be more pop culture oriented. And what this will do is it'll give me if it works. We'll see if it actually works. Is it actually running over here right now? Let me look. Yeah, it's generating right now. But this will give me diffs that I can apply directly in there, and we can see what it does. But I found that it's just too slow to actually run this with any kind of like agentic tool, the framework desktop. But if you're okay like doing stuff like this, I think it's pretty sweet, honestly. Q4, October. Yeah, you probably will get it in a few months. That'd be awesome. I like to get more people to help me figure out how to optimize. Like, I think I've got a pretty good understanding how to do, like, I can build Llama on it. I can get that running pretty well. I figured out a lot of the settings there. The piece that I'm really curious about is the Vulkan differences that I hear people talk about. And I have not really got anything substantially large, like a big model running with RockM. I typically have to run it with Vulkan just due to some memory allocation issues that come up. All right, so what is it? Where did it even put it? Is it just put it in the root here? Maybe I'm just blind. Open code, there it is. I might actually have to build it and run it as a server though. Yeah. So let's go into npm install. Let me look at the package and see what the command is to run it. npm start. I could port 1234 and not be used. I must have something already running on it. Okay, I put it on 42,771. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think, I don't even know if I want to debug that one. Does this even do anything? We do have a clock. And it is the right time. So let's take a look at the code it actually made there. 13 lines of HTML. See, one thing that I noticed a lot with Qwen models in OpenCode, but it only seems to happen in OpenCode, is it'll create like these like weirdly named folders. I know what it's doing. It's trying to like mass create these folders, but instead of creating them individually, it creates them all as one. It's a little bit annoying. I don't know how to prevent that. Man, it built a lot here, honestly. It built more than I expected. The App Store. I mean, I guess all these files are really short. You notice here, like icons, wallpaper. Is this actually an image? No. I goofed it up. A calculator. Look at this, to do implement calculator line. It just didn't even complete it. This is all placeholder. To do. Notepad. Nothing. Really nothing. Not much there at all. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So let's go into this code base. So this is my, let me make sure I want to commit everything here. That's fine. I'll go through and add that to the git ignore later. In progress. These are prompt changes. So let's go back into root code. This is all written in Rust. This is this application here. I've had this happen so many times, and it is so annoying. The GPT OSS 120B will just start giving me threes, infinitely threes. They're just gonna keep going forever and ever. And I've had so many people tell me they just have never had that happen, but I've tried different versions of the GGuff. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen enough to be annoying. Okay, so we are Qwen 3 max. Let's do no temperature. We're going to put Alibaba as a provider. And we are going to go into architect mode. Got to make sure my mode doesn't switch here. There it goes. Notice I've got GPT-5 as my architect. I've been kind of liking it. Okay. I need to store historic chats and be able to reload them. We can store them in JSON. I should see list in the UI of the last, 100 chats, something like that. What I want in here basically. Probably gonna just let's see if I go all the way over. Probably gonna have to stop it. Shoot. Apparently I'm not accurate enough with my mouse dragging. I'm just gonna kill it. Alright, you're stopping. And I think I'm gonna switch to GLM 4.5 Air. 131, that looks all good. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna switch to GLM 4.5 Air. All right, let's see what's happening here. Okay, so Lur, you talked about the limits with Cerebrus. I'm also on that $50 plan. The rate limits are really tough. Really, really tough. Man, I don't know if I want to go down this tangent with OpenRouter right now, but actually I'm a big fan of OpenRouter. I think it's very, very needed. But what I'm starting to find is that they just get like leftover capacity. So like Grok, Cerebrus, all of those, they give whatever they have. So if I pick one of those providers, I'm constantly rate limited. Sharik, who's in the chat, actually was working on a feature in root code where you could actually have multiple providers in root code. So you could go and be like, hey, I want Cerebrus, I want Grok, and I want Firework. Something like that I think would be great. Because some of the providers are not great, and then others are like really good but super rate limited. I've been going directly to Grok the last few days, and I've been pretty happy with it. It just adds up in cost really quickly, unfortunately. Really, really quickly. I wanted to see how this was at like architecting. This is a Rust application. It's using Tari. I have front ends React. Yep. So, where should the chat history be stored on the user system? Yeah, I think we'd want to just keep it local to the application directory for now. I want it to be very simple. So John, just to give you a little bit of tip on so there is an issue right now with OpenCode, RuCode, and there's a couple others too that I tested. I'm trying to remember what they were off the top of my head, but the big issue is the prompt size that you send in can take, let's say you send the system prompts like 20K tokens, and then say you send a file with it, or maybe send another 20,000 tokens with it. That can take several minutes for it to actually prompt process. And root code and open code both will time out. Crush and Qwen, both of those actually seem to have fixed that problem. I was looking through GitHub, and there is a fix for it, and so it is fixed in some of the AI coding tools, but not all of them. Crush was the one I ended up landing, where I could just let it run as long as it wanted, and it worked totally fine. And I never got an API timeout on it. So when you get your framework desktop, it's worth at least looking into, like maybe using Crush for it. In fact, I have the times that I'm using local coding. If it's a big thing, if it's a big model like my GLM 4.5 Air, I have to use Crush for it, otherwise it'll time out. Alex, I did actually see that movie. I'm getting warned. The number 3. Oh boy. Would be nice to have local models along with remote. Man, I know. I hope you can get something like that. I wouldn't get that pushed in Shriek, even if they want to do it a different way or something. Be super nice to have that. Yeah, Crush is very interesting. I mean, I'm a big fan of open code, and I'm actually going to try to push DAX a little bit to merge in that fix so it doesn't time out. Here, actually, let me load up my. Do I have it? Someone's asking, where does Crush actually rank? I'm trying to remember. Da, da. Oh, these are the September rankings. Let's see. Crush with GPT-5 is at 24,130. So it's like on the mid range. It's probably, let's take a look. Let's search by model here. So I need better sorting here. Clearly, I need to be able to sort on 2 dimensions. It's kind of annoying now that I'm trying to do this. But 24,000 seems like it's so not that far behind like the codex extension, which I'd expect to be the best. Warp for sure is better. And let's see here. Claude Code, that's the Grok Fast there. Codex extension, Windsurf is worse. Root code is slightly, I mean, this is kind of margin of error. They're pretty close there. Copilot. So it seems to be like, maybe top third. So 24.9, 24.1. Yeah, so Trey beats it. It beats open code. So open code's at 19.2. And I know they've actually improved that. I actually got a message from, if you're in the chat, I apologize, I'm forgetting your name. But someone messaged me saying OpenCode did an update where they're actually using the codex prompt when you're using GPT-5 now, and that it will do a lot better. So I'm expecting this score to be a lot better even now. I haven't tested it yet. So that'll be interesting. Okay, so here is what it wants. Why did it quit rendering? I was going to read that diagram, and then it went away. Dang it. There it goes. It came back. All right. So it wants to. I've gathered all the necessary components. Where's my detailed plan? Look how slow it's coming in right now. Create a schema for chat history files in /chats directory. That is awful. We're getting like 3 tokens per second, if even that, right now. Oh my god, that's awful. Maybe it'll speed up here in a minute. So someone's asking how is Qwen 3 Max? I don't know. I would need more time with it to kind of understand. I can say with pretty good certainty I wouldn't use it as like my designer. We've got some pretty subpar things on that. It's doing a great job with tool calling. I've had no tool call failures, at least with root code. It's definitely doing a good job there. Temperature may be a factor, but I couldn't very quickly. I couldn't like narrow it into anything meaningful. Um, I wanted so here I'm running Qwen 3 Max to do like an architecture. So this is a Rust application. In fact, this is the application here where I want to hit new chat because I don't want to have to go rerun this thing. So please, there we go. New chat. I want to reset. So this is, and actually, let me reconnect it to GLM. So we're going to do GLM. Let me make sure I got the slug right. -4.5-air. And my context window. Yep. Make sure I'm connected. Hello. Yep, it's generating. So I want to actually add, like architect, how can I add historic chats in here? So Rust application, React front end. This is a desktop app, but it is built with WebTech. So if I hit F12 here, it's using Tori. So you can kind of see that. I want a place to be able to reload chats back in, so that I could just kind of have, like I'm thinking. Originally, I was thinking I don't want that because I was like, oh, I'll just throw it away. But I kind of do want that now. And I'm not sure where it's going to decide to put it, to be honest. I could see maybe it being, because I like having the context over here on the left for where I can add. So I can add this stuff to context for my local models that I'm running. I haven't decided. I'm not that great at design anyway. But this is Qwen 3 Max right now, running through OpenRouter, getting probably 1 token per second, doing my architecture plan. It's pretty brutal. Yeah, font size is actually, I wonder if I can zoom in. No. I cannot. But yeah, it is definitely hard to read. All right, so someone asked, it's a Concretorium, which I actually like that. It's a cool name. Is it possible for a regular person to buy one of those super GPUs that they can use in big data centers like an H100? What are the? I think you can. It just costs a freaking fortune. Let's see, H100 for sale. Let's see how much they're running for. $21,000. And that's only 80 gigabytes too. This is 64 gigabyte, 80 gigabyte. What is? I think it's the A6000. Let me see what that one. I could have it wrong. A6000. I probably have the model wrong. NVIDIA A6000. I swear it's an A6000. 48. Yeah, 48 gigabyte. This is the one I was considering. And this could sound crazy because my RTX 5090 it's a 32 gigabyte, and it's like, they're coming down in price now, but they're like $3,000. When this first came out, I was seeing it go for $6,000. So this one might start getting in range, and I could see if you got 2 of these, you could run a pretty dang good model at a pretty good speed. But it's $8,000 if you get it, if you happen to get it for that price. 3850, 3959. Man, those have come down a lot because when I looked at them before, they were over 6,000. That's actually good. Janssen, you did like it for deep research. That's awesome. I have not used GPT-5 Pro enough, but I will tell you, there's been a few times that I've sent things into it, and I've been impressed with the output. And I do know a few people that absolutely swear by GPT-5 Pro, the Pro version. So I think that's just going to be, it's going to be up to your use cases. I struggle, like my ideal workflow, like this is, I cannot believe how slow Qwen 3 Max is right now. We were not getting this before. I wonder if it just slows down when the context gets a lot larger here. That's so crazy. I'm actually scared to let it go implement it, to be honest, because it's going to take forever. Wait, why did it change that? How did it change that? What? I guess it doesn't matter. Go for it. Implement it. It should ask me to switch modes here, and then it should kick off actually doing it. 14 cents, 248 kilobytes. It's so slow. I have actually tried the AI Studio apps with the Gemini 2.5 Heavy. But I have not used Grok Heavy, so I can't compare it to that at all. All right, while we're chatting here, let me go and push my website up. I've had a few people ask for it now, so let me just go log in off the two-factor in over here, and then I have to refresh the cloud front. Oh God, it's one of those captchas I always get wrong. Okay, MFA. How's everyone's day going? You guys do anything fun? Shouldn't take me but a second. Sorry about this. What? I have one of the problems that I have is I have like 3 AWS accounts. So when I go to my Google Authenticator, I always have to try to remember which of my two-factor codes is the right one. And I always guess wrong the first time. I need to just quit being lazy and go in and rename it. Okay, so grab this stuff, go through evals, upload. And then we go to CloudFront. I don't know if many of you use AWS, but it is so nice just to be able to quickly like host a static website in S3. The cost of that is basically free. And then I have CloudFront in front of it, so that I can do all the SSL stuff and everything. Let's see, validations. Copy to new. Let's see if it's up. Yes. So the site is live. Go through evals.com. You can see the latest September ones. If you find bugs, post them in Discord. That way I can go through and fix them. But it should be a lot better. I showed this in the last one, but the thing before with like mobile responsiveness was garbage in the last version. And this version, you can at least actually scroll through the table a bit more. It's way better. And I will be totally honest with you, this is completely vibe coded with Kimi K2 095 and root code. So I wrote no lines of code for that entire thing. Claude code with Kimi K2. Let's see if we can set that up. Since this is going to be running for a very long time, and we can see if it does anything. Let me see if there's a document, Kimi K2 with Claude code. I just want to see if they actually have the API. Navigate to there. Okay, I do have a Moonshot API already. All right, so it's this stuff. Got it. Easy. Oh, it's going to be slow, but we can do it. And actually, I think they gave me a free $20. So let me see if I can get Signed in over here. English. Playground. It's not what I wanted at all. Ah. Console, that's what I wanted. Okay, so I apparently already have $23 still loaded in there from the last time I did it. So now I just need to go grab an API key. Hopefully it doesn't show them. It doesn't. Cool. So I'm going to make a new API. I might even have that saved somewhere. I'm going to see. We'll call this one Cloud Code. And default. Okay. So let me grab. Let's just make. This is my Kimmy K2 folder from before. I can probably nuke a lot of this stuff and then just make a new one. So let's get rid all of that. If it'll let me. And it looks like it's pretty simple. Looks like we just got to override 2 environment variables, which is the Anthropic auth token. So I'm just going to go do that over here. I'm going to do it in WSL too. So export. Grab this. And then export this. And let's start Claude and see if we have a hello. Let's see if it's working. What AI model are you? I always have a hard time anytime I try to override Cloud Code if it's actually working with the right model or not. I don't think it actually is. Okay, launch your Cloud Code. You're now running. You won't see any pop-ups. Let me see if you guys have said anything. Yes, I have tested Qwen 3, 235B, 822B, Thinking 2507. I actually even have that on my framework desktop too. I have the Q2 variant of that. Called Technical Debt, Wind. Warp is great for AWS. Warp is amazing for AWS. Especially if you're trying to do like actual AWS commands to like go hit stuff in like S3 and stuff. It's amazing. I actually don't know. Does anyone know which one's better? I have not tested Kimmy K2 yet with C++. I have with GLM 4.5 and I thought it was okay. Yeah, sure. I thought there was a different way to do it too. Let me see if I can Google some more. It does say. So I'm worried that. Let me just make sure my API key's gone. Yeah, okay. It tells me that I'm actually hitting the API Moonshot AI Anthropic. It tells me that it's Claude Code powered by Claude Opus though. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this is actually Kimmy. Let me see if I can see usage over here. Let's see. General. All right. So tell me a story about a dog. It does feel like it's slower, like it would be Kimmy K2. I know that's kind of meaningless, though, to be honest with you. And it looks like the Like at least the logs on Moonshot are either delayed or they're not showing up yet. I mean, I kind of think it is working. And I think it might just be routing. It might just still think it's Opus 4 here. Let's say in a folder called. I'm trying to think of something fun to do. Let me go grab one of my prompts. We'll just do one that way I don't have to. Oh, I'm gonna have to go approve this. I want those files gone. They'll go away. Folder called WebOS. Create the following. And I'm going to put it in plan mode. I want to see if this will actually work in plan mode. Yeah, Sharina, I did actually test out some of the stealth models. We can do that here against here locally here in a second too. We can try that out. What I have running right now is, let me see if it's actually done. Probably not going to be. So Rue wants to switch to code mode. Approve that. So I'm trying, this is a Rust application with Qwen 3 Max that's running. Qwen 3 Max has kind of been, honestly, iffy for like code quality, unfortunately. And someone asked if we could try to set up Kimi K2 with Claude code. So I just threw that in here. We've got a project running there. Let's go ahead and kick out a new project or a new folder. And let's do, let's see here. Actually, let's just do Sonoma. I want to see how it does with tool calling. Because I've only really tested it in the UI or in the chat interface. Let's do some Sonoma testing. I've got so many agents loaded. This takes forever to get this to load. Man, Cloud Code Router, man, that thing is so finicky. Do you guys like Cloud Code Router? Like I don't know, I think it's cool. I think it's good, but I think it's like very finicky. I actually really like the environment variable override a little bit better. Sky is greater than dusk. Sorry, all right, we'll start from sky. I'm thinking. Oh, you know one thing that I've learned? They've changed something in root code recently where like modes will switch on me across browsers. So I'm gonna have to be careful here. I might end up switching that off of Qwen 3 Max. So we're just gonna make a Sonoma one. Sharik, did you test temperature at all? Do you know if that matters? Or should we do some testing on that? Sonoma, sky. It's got a reasoning. Interesting. We're gonna keep temperature off, I guess, for now. And let's do prompt 5. I have 41 prompts saved over here. It's kind of crazy. Prompt 5.text. Okay. So in a folder called tool underscore no temp, create the following. That's what I'm thinking too, Shriek. I think that is for sure gotta be. That's gotta be Kimi K2. Oh man, this drives me nuts. It's gonna create a folder with curly brackets, CSS, JS apps. Watch what it does here. I'm just going to approve it, but this happens so much with these Chinese models. Wait, did it actually work? Oh, it works. See, it tries to do that all the time, and sometimes it'll actually create those folders by the wrong name. That's totally wrong. That actually, it's pretty sweet. I wonder if that's why OpenCode does that. wonder if it's something with the way they prompt. Interesting. Sonoma's fast, so this is probably going to be done. I'm surprised it's not done. There it is. Let's take a look at the code. Hopefully about 400 some lines. Ooh, this one's not probably going to be good. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, click and drag from cue ball to aim and set power. Hey, physics are decent. Let's see if I can actually knock something in the hole here. Shh, I can't quite see that ball, so I'm going to try. It actually, at least better. Qwen 3 Max, I couldn't even hit them in the corner pockets because of the way it was done. Oh, and it placed that properly. Should be able to hit it a little bit on the backside. No, I actually don't know if the. I'm gonna blame it on the AI, not my skill at getting these in the pocket. Because I swear I'm hitting it in the angle, and it's like going off and like it's like projecting the impact incorrectly. Because like here, like if I hit this straight on, like direct center, I don't know, maybe I'm off some. But notice like I shot off to the right, and it should have continued straight on that same angle. I guess it's added complexity there. I know. I wish there was a easy way to use it in Cloud Code too, like all these models. I know. I know. Cloud Code Router is probably the best thing we got right now. So I'm go ahead and let that go ahead and go. I honestly, I really like just overriding the API key and the endpoint and having that work. I wish we could figure out a way though when you do model that it didn't show that it was like Opus. That I think that's. Wish there's a way to just say custom model or something. All right, let's try that same prompt, but this time we're going to do it with a higher temperature. I don't know if the reasoning actually matters, but let's do high reasoning. Let's do 0.6 temp. Come on. High. Create the following. You're defaulting to 0.7 for everything. This is a reasoning model, so I'm actually kind of thinking 0.6, 0.7 might be the right temp here too. It already feels a little different. It's so fast compared to what we were getting with Qwen 3 Max. But I want to actually go poke at Qwen 3 Max here because if it's still going at that speed, we probably won't be able to finish it today. Yeah, it is. All right, let's watch the code come in for Qwen 3 Max. Yeah. We haven't even got. This is crazy. There we go. We got a couple. We got a couple things. That's crazy how slow it is. All right, let's see how this works here. Python pool. Oh, that's worse. And it crashes. High reasoning 0.6. I wonder if that is a consistent problem. Let's try it again, but make it high too. Huh. That was rough. Grok 4 Mini, Grok 4 Medium, something like that is what I'm thinking too. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like this test so much. Because I think it's hard for AI to kind of train on this because of, there's a lot of positioning you need to do, like building the board out, having the holes in the right place, and then the I was in I think 11th grade when I was like really big into the math behind this. So I actually wrote my own version of this pool game. Just kind of got like a little bit of a nostalgic, and I spent weeks working on it, like perfecting. So if you have a cue ball hit like between two balls, how does the momentum get sent between those two balls, and how is the angle of velocity kind of projected onto each of those, and then if they impact other balls, how do they impact each other? It's really really tricky. Some of them cheat by just making a like using a physics engine like PyMonk, but I try to get them to actually write it. All right, pool 06 underscore high 2. We're gonna see if it's as bad again. No, it's just totally different, but it still crashed. All right, so seems like let's go back down to low temperature, but keep high reasoning. Let's do no temperature, high reasoning. So we're gonna do no temp 2. Create the man. I cannot believe how bad I misspelled following. Following. Follow. Okay. Okay, I guess it knew what I meant. 2 million context. That was pretty sweet. It's so bad. 54 is not at all right. In Jan AI, we were getting like 14 for Qwen 3 Max. It's basically unusable. It's kind of sad. And there's no other provider, so we're stuck with whatever it is. It's kind of sucky. Let me look at where it's going. Oh my god, we were here the last time we were there. I'm pretty sure we just put that Tori command up there. This is gonna run all night. Okay, so Python pool underscore no temp. What did I actually call it? No temp 2, sounds right. Ah man, this is just getting worse. No matter what I do. High reasoning. Can I even hold space for power release to I mean the physics were, so I have to aim, hold space. What? Why did it go to the left? I don't understand. And I don't understand the holding the space button for power. Now it's 20. Is it just going up and down randomly? It definitely does not follow my line. That is bad. Well, all right, we got to do this again, but we need to do this at lower reasoning because it seemed to be better when we did medium reasoning. That is awful. This is Sonoma Sky. Yeah, just to make sure before I'm not lying to you here. Yep, Sonoma Sky Alpha. We had high reasoning, no custom temperature, so just default settings here. We're going to switch it to low reasoning, and we're going to try that same prompt again. We're going to say no temp 3 underscore low, just so I can remember. To be totally fair to this model, it's about in line with what we were seeing from Qwen 3 Max, which, if you're just now joining, unfortunately, Qwen 3 Max is kind of unusable. We're getting basically like 1 token per second. Like you can kind of watch the code coming in here. Like just sitting here counting. Like watch this. We got what? The sad thing is I could definitely type faster than we're getting from that one. Yeah, let's try Dusk. Okay, so now that we got these, we'll do this one more test and then we'll switch over to Dusk. So Python no temp 3. No temp 3. Did it not put it in the right fold? Oh, low. Pull. Whoa, that actually, I mean, it's totally in the wrong position. We at least have a triangle. Oh, there's something edited in my local code editor. Finally. Oops. Okay, so it does go the opposite way. Why is it giving me arguably better results on low reasoning? I'm just watching the physics here. This is... Why? All right, let's switch over to the other model. Sonoma Dusk. I guess let's start with no temperature. Wait, did it not even have reasoning? Did I just miss that? Hold on. Okay, there is. We'll do low reasoning effort then. All right, let's put it in a folder called no temp. Let's put it into dusk. Score no temp low. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's definitely getting worse with reasoning significantly. Oh, that'd be so cool if this one was better. Let me look at the lines of code here. Yeah. All right. I love how fast it is. So good. Thank you, RuCode, for giving me that. What? Well, we've got 6 balls. I don't... What is this white ball doing in the middle here? My quarter pockets. Oh, this is one of those things where the speed of it's just super bad. The power of it, rather. It's awful. All right, we're gonna let's try now. Let's cancel that so I don't keep going. Let's switch up the reasoning to. Wait. Man, there's something buggy here because there is no reasoning effort anymore. I swear there was one there before because I feel like I set it to low. Was I imagining that? What the heck? Yeah, Sharik, shoot me that. I'd love to see what you got. Let me see. If you send me over in Discord, I can check it out. Um, uh, I think there's definitely some kind of bug or something going on here because. All right, we're gonna do dusk again. We'll do 0-6. Apparently, reasoning's not an option anymore for us for this one. So maybe there was like a weird bug because I switched from Sky, which had reasoning, to Dusk that doesn't have reasoning, that then caused that issue. Yeah, it's just not there. So Dusk must not be a reasoning model. It's got to be like, yeah, that's got to be like a root bug or a root code bug or open router bug or something. All right, let me take a look at general chat. Okay. So, Qwen 3 max. Oh, I meant to change it to HTML. Okay, so this is what Sharik got with Qwen 3 Max doing a kind of like a portfolio page. This actually looks pretty dang good. This is actually really good. It's like a product page. So you did this at 0.7. I wonder why we're getting such garbage. Like pretty nice hover animations there. Nice animations when you kind of like hover over each of those. Does that actually work? That actually works? Hello. Hello there. I don't think it's going to do anything. It's actually even animating a generated response. That's wild. So I guess this is a little wonky here. But other than that, it seems pretty good. Wait, what did I do? Yeah, I don't know. I think this is way better than anything I got. This is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, let's put this in perspective here. All right, this is one that I got. And then where's my other one? This is the other one that I got. Which actually, this one is probably. Oh, look at that! It still has. Is it that same animation that you have up there? Look at that. It just messed up the color. Like this isn't bad. It just messed up the like the text color here. So I bet you if you change like one CSS value, all this would probably look a lot better. But yours is definitely better. I mean that is legit. Actually, I like the colors it picked too. That's cool. All right, so let's see what this next version. Let's see here. Python underscore dusk underscore 0. I misspelled Python. Oh my god. All right, let's see if it actually will work. I mean, I will give it to these models. Like when I do this with Sonnet 4, for example, it will the balls like all stick together and like clump and go around. So to be fair, this isn't bad from the physics interaction standpoint. Oh look, I spoke too soon. You see how they stuck together? Sonnet does that a lot. So I guess I was wrong. Let me see if I can hit it better. I don't know. When I send Sonnet into a pile of balls, 9 times out of 10, it's like dropping something into water. It just kind of like wiggles its way through, and none of the balls actually react. Let's see what the design chops are on this guy. badass portfolio site. Site that showcases your skills. It's important so you can get a job. So go all out. Make it. Get full of fun, animations, etc. We'll see what it does. Oh yeah, let me see. Let me see what your prompt was, Shriek. Okay, so let's go back to my Qwen 3 test over here. It's this guy. Make a new one. We're on Qwen 3 Max still. Temperature 0.7. Oh my god. There we go. So in a folder called Shriek, create the following. All right, let's see what your prompt does here for me. Yep, so default code mode. Let me know if I set up anything incorrectly here, but I think I got the temperature correct. Yeah, I think we're good. Varsity Sleeper. There are so many things in AI where I'm like, I wonder if it goes through. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. You wonder if I've seen it or used it. Dude, there is so much. It's so hard to keep up with it all. To be fair, like I felt like this last week was slow. And then Friday, we had the Kimi K2 update, which I'm a big fan of Kimi K2. I actually wish I could figure out a way to use that model more. Just not sure about the price. Those darn subscriptions are so good. And then Qwen 3 Max, and then the 2 stealth models. And then somebody mentioned a stealth model named Carrot in a tool that I'd never heard of before. So I don't even know what that's going to be about. So it's like all in one day, all this crazy stuff. I'm so curious if this is going to work well, Shriek. Let's see what kind of speed we're getting. Are we getting faster now? That is so much faster. This one just died, unfortunately. It's unfortunate. It may not be able to recover. It looks like it might have. So if you're joined in now, I did an architectural plan in this Rust application to try to do, so basically I've got this app, I want to be able to keep historic chats, and then it switched over to code mode to implement it all using Qwen 3 Max. And there for a while it was running ungodly slow. It seems like it might have recovered now. It was running decently fast. We're also testing Qwen 3 Max here. And then we're playing around with the Sonoma model some too. If you guys have any prompts you want me to send it to Sonoma to do, we're trying to see which one's actually better. So this is the Dusk model. Badass software engineer ready to crush code. Master coder building epic solutions. Is it going to have something else? AI-powered developer extraordinaire. That's kind of cool, actually. Full stack wizard with animation magic. How many of these do they have? Okay, it switched over now. Badass software engineer ready to crush code. I don't know. This is actually what? It actually did a canvas there. It actually did like a 3D sphere, rendering in a canvas. My skills is I guess this would be root code. Root code skill is it is a sphere with a lot of triangles. Oh my god. What? Yeah, I got it to flip. You know, I was so hyped at first when I saw this because I'm like, that is super. That's kind of like a lot of flavor. I get down here and I'm like, this is also kind of cool. but then there's nothing. And then there's these that are like completely busted. That's so funny. Um, oh yeah, we also have that Kimi K2 test that's happening. It looks like it's still going. Who knows how long this is going to take. Kimi K2 with Moonshot AI through Claude Code is building a web-based operating system currently. Is one of our other tests. All right, so let's do this same prompt with, we'll do that with the Sky one, the Sky model. And then, let me make sure I keep the temperature and everything the same. And the reasoning, maybe we'll keep it low for now. Maybe we'll go medium. Keep the same temperature, done. Come on. So slow. All right, so we're gonna go up. So here is the Sky. So the dusk one was, I don't know, not great, but also, I don't know, but I still really I like this. Whoa, wait a minute, actually, there's like weird animation of things like floating up in the background too. It's probably impossible to see on the video, but it actually put a lot, there's like little bubbles floating up in the background that I did not notice before. I still can't believe it added like a 3D sphere in a canvas view. And then that. Let's see if I... Message sent. All right, let's see what the next one is. All right, let's see what your thing did. It is done. So theoretically, we should have a folder named Sharik. There we go. And then this is a prompt from Sharik using Qwen 3 Max. And let's see if it looks any better here. Oh, come on, Windows. Yeah, everything's going so slow. I think I crashed Windows. All right, let's reopen it. All right. What is happening? What was all that stuff that was over? Anyway. This is so much better than what I was getting before. I mean, this is a lot better than what I was getting before. So I guess my prompt just sucked. This is Sharik's prompt. This looks so much better. I mean, I could nitpick a few things, but this looks legit. It didn't do the SaaS thing, so it doesn't have like the pricing and stuff that you had in there. Yeah, this is neat. Pretty cool. So let's take a look at the other runs that we were doing here. Oh, all of my stuff reordered. Sonoma. Okay, so here is the Sky version. Whoa. I don't know what's up, but like, yeah, all of these models now do like these like bubbles in the background. It seems to be a very common thing. This is this reminds me of GeoCities back in the day. About me. Like, okay, so this is Sky. This is Dusk. Same prompt. Dusk is clearly weaker because Dusk like broke a bunch of stuff here. But I'm not sure about this design. It's funny. Yeah, exactly, Shriek. Bubbles, purple typewriter. It's like definitely AI. Oh my god, that's so wild. I'm kind of curious what. That's so interesting. So yeah, the whole background is a canvas. That's wild. MySpace is another good way to put this. This totally looks like MySpace. We just need some music playing in the background. Do you guys remember that? You'd open up MySpace and it's like jamming out to some like crazy music. Um, okay, I'm not really sure, uh, but it definitely seems like Sky is probably the better. Let me go grab another. I have another prompt that I want to try to run here. This one's gonna be a little bit more complicated, so it probably won't work, to be honest. So let's do in a folder called drone underscore Sonoma underscore sky. Wait, I'm getting mixed up now. I'm pretty sure that was sky. Yep, sky alpha medium reasoning. Create the following. I love how fast these models are. Yep, crush the light. That is a big to-do list. That's actually promising. All right, I want to poke back in to see how the Kimi K2 test was doing. So that would have been here. Implementing the taskbar now. Man, this thing has wrote a lot of code. I have a feeling it's not going to work the first time. I don't think that's going to actually... That's too much code for it to actually work the first time. And then... let's do this same one in Qwen 3 Max. We'll compare Qwen 3 Max with Sonoma. Create the... we'll go and create the following. All right, then what I want to do is I want to go look at this one. Did this ever finish? No, it just ran into issues. So I don't know. I'm probably going to call this one a fail, fortunately. Where does it even have a to-do list happening here? Yeah, it does right here. Update chat store. We can try it. It's we can try to continue here. This isn't. This is Qwen 3 Max. It's run into lots of issues. It looks like white space. This is a Rust app. So I don't know. Maybe it's something there. It's going a little bit faster now. We'll see. Ah, dang, Varsity Sleeper. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was friends with Tom too, man. Tom was, him and I were good friends back on MySpace days. Has anyone tried Olama Turbo? Like, I looked at it and it didn't seem like it was worth it for me when I first. While those are running, let's poke at what Olama Turbo is up to. So $20 a month, and it lets you speed up model inference, run models using data center grade hardware, run larger model, privacy first, save battery life. What is Turbo? Turbo is a new way to run open models using data center grade hardware. Many new models are too large to fit. While in preview, the GPT OS 20B, that is not good enough probably to pay for the OSS 120B. That one maybe. Wait, you can do DeepSeek V3 3.1 for $20 a month? What? I'm actually... Huh. Do you only get those 3 models? Does not log. It's not a lot of information here. See what the docs say. This is just going to be probably about... Okay, so now this one only says those 2 models. Even though that does say DeepSeek V3.1 there. So... I don't know. I'm curious about this. So basically, it looks pretty simple. You authenticate. I mean, if you could get DeepSeek V3.1 671B and get it at a good speed for $20 a month. I don't know what kind of limits they have. It doesn't really. Here's the alert. What are the usage limits? Turbo includes hourly and daily limits to avoid capacity issues. Usage-based pricing will soon be available to consume models in immediate. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait to see kind of where this ends up landing. I'm not sure. Not sure where this is if this is gonna be useful or not. But we do. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this. It's an interesting offer though. Yeah, it does not look local at all. Oh, we have our autonomous. Can't talk. We have our autonomous drone simulator, and so we are in. Might have to actually run this with the server. Let me see if I get cores issues here. No. All right, so make sure there's no console errors. Start. I can't move the camera. So I'm assuming the end goal's there. It went through the floor to get there. Let me slow the drone way down. And then I'm going to put the sensor range way up and the avoidance range way up. Let's see if it does anything. No, it's... All right. Definitely not as good as like Kimmy K2 is. Definitely not as good as like Claude's. But I don't even think it's actually doing any sort of avoidance because even at a sensor range of 20, you would think that here there'd be enough room where you'd actually see it zag around there. So it's not that great there. Let's see if the Sonoma one's done, if that actually runs. So we should have drone. I'm kind of thinking this isn't going to work. I might have to run it in server. Let me see if I have a core zeros here. 3. Is it not including 3JS properly? Let me see if it's actually in the index. Sometimes they put like bad URLs in here. Yeah, that is not a valid link. Let me go grab Qwen 3 Max. So this one did a better job at getting at least a valid version of 3JS. Qwen 3 Max did. And I don't think that's going to work anyway. It still wants to. I'm going to have to probably find that script. Let's see. Orbit controls. 3JS. Cloudflare. we go. I don't know if this is the right version. I think I'd change it to 128 though. R128. Now, this is one of the problems with like models in general. Is like the knowledge that they have. It's just sometimes so limited. It's too bad. Let's give it something a little bit, maybe a little bit less. Actually, I wonder if it can fix it. If I tell it that it's got the wrong thing. Fix the .min.js version, but orbit controls does not work. All right, wonder how that compares to running in AWS Bedrock. How is Qwen holding up? I would say, hold on, sorry, I got distracted because it decided to call my Context 7 MCP, which was a little bit unexpected. So this is Qwen, this is the Sonoma model. Let's go ahead and see what it does, if that works. But I'd say Qwen 3 Max is probably not a model that I would code with, and incredibly slow at times. But we have gotten some, I should say Sharik has gotten some pretty good design things out of it. I'm going to close out some of my tabs here and show you. Let's get rid of this one. Don't need that one. That one's bad. So this is like a quick website that it built using a prompt that Sharik gave us. This looks pretty good. This one was with Sonoma Sky, which looks like a GeoCities or MySpace site. And this was with Sonoma Dusk, which is kind of broken. To be fair, though, this is another one that Qwen 3 Max did. This is actually Sharik's that he sent me that I loaded up. But this is one that I tried running with Qwen 3 Max and ended up looking like garbage. Apparently either temperature wasn't right or I didn't prompt it very well, but it did a really poor job in root code. So it's very hit or miss for me right now in things that we're testing. I don't think this is going to work. Nope. So we're trying to get something out of Sonoma Sky. I love how fast they are. I'm going to have to do a little bit more testing, like actually running through a code base, but it doesn't seem impressive to start with. And I actually have, let's see if the Kimi K2 is still running. This has been running for a very long time now. This is Kimi K2 in Claude Code building a web-based operating system. And there is no components yet. It's got a bunch of styling, bunch of JS that it's made at this point. There's no way this is going to work the first time. There's zero chance. Does anyone else code overnight? Seems to me that Claude and the other big boys use Temu models after like 2 a.m. Trial World, what time zone are you in? Are you US East Coast, West Coast, somewhere else? I usually will stop all coding by like, I don't know, 1 a.m. Eastern is usually when I'm in bed most nights. Video superhero, I would say probably Grok Code Fast is just going to be better. It's so much faster. It's going to be cheaper. And Qwen 3 Max is kind of hit or miss right now for for coding. It probably going to depend on the type of code. I heard from one person that it does an incredible job at like C# and Unity stuff. So I'd have to actually do some testing there. What are we doing? We're requesting the Cloudflare orbit controls.js. I had one of the GPT-5 flavors. Research and write new config files for Roo, and it seriously is a million times better and uses about half the tokens. What do you mean by config file? Do you mean like rules? Or do you mean system prompt? Curious what you mean by that. Trial world. Okay, cool. I'm Eastern as well. So we probably experienced the same, probably sit in the same data centers. J35, I have not used that $3 plan. But people were talking about it in Discord, and it honestly seems a killer deal. Like $3, and I actually am a big fan of GLM, so I might give that a try. To be honest with you. Nice, Trail World. That's cool. All right, I'm skeptical about this still. Oh no, we actually got something to start. I bet you this is my drone. I bet you that's the goal. Man. Let me just show. This is do I still have local code? Did I close it? I might have closed it. Dang it. Let me see if I can find it. The Kimmy K2 stuff. It's not the right one. September. Kimmy K2 Grok. Nope, that's not the right one. Man, I've got to go through and like clean up my folders. I just have way too many. Just testing way too many things. Yeah, but if you were to look at this in like a Kimmy K2 version or a GLM 4.5 version, here's GLM 4.5. Let me see if I can get this to run. So this is GLM 4.5. This is Sonoma Sky. Same prompt. Like we actually have something that kind of looks like a drone. Kimmy K2 is even better if I could figure out where I stored that one. It's in one of my many folders that I try to organize. But yeah, it's just wild. Like these Sonoma models, I don't think they're made for coding, at least from what I've seen so far. Yeah, Varsity Sleeper, everything is freaking awesome with AI. The big thing though is for me, like I need stuff that can actually work through a code base, do reasonable tool calls, actually pick up kind of what's happening in my code base already, and then be able to apply like, so for example, if I have an API that's authenticated a certain way, it should be able to kind of see what's happening around it, follow those instructions. And you go back 6 months ago and it was kind of only Claude that could do that. Now we've got GPT-5 that's doing a good job with that. Qwen 3 Coders doing a great job with that. GLM 4.5 is. Kimmy K2. I would argue DeepSeek v3.1 is doing a good job with it, but I get random Chinese stuff in there. So I'm not as big of a fan of using that one. But man, we are in such a really cool spot right now with AI. It's absolutely insane. I so want to see this Kimi K2 test. I'm actually wondering if it has died on me, to be honest. Even though it says it's creating it forever. I'm actually wondering if this is not going to complete. We've been on creating file manager for Kimi K2 for the last 5 times I've checked on it. Yep, everything is converging. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the evals. It's, I mean, if you go back like 6 months ago, we really only had one choice. It was Claude. We had to use Claude, and I can't even remember the time frames anymore. But it's like probably 3.7 time frame on Claude 3.7 Sonnet. But now it's like, I mean, look at this: Qwen 3 coder, Sonnet, GPT-5, Qwen 3 coder. We've got Opus up here. And if I had the time, a lot of people wonder why I don't test all the models. It's simply because these things take so much time, especially when you're testing in like RuCode or uh, Kilo or Klein. Like those are like manual tests that I have to run, and it's not something I can like easily automate. I would love to be able to test all the models, but if I go into August, I did actually test like Kimi K2. So look at Kimi K2 in RuCode 25.9. So it's like right up there. Qwen 3 coder and Qwen code 26.574. It's amazing. Oh yeah, 100%. Someone asked if I would consider 24K, 25K sufficient. 100%. I would say, yeah, anything like in these top 40, you're going to be totally fine with it. And then to me, what it starts coming down to, and I mentioned this in the last video, is I don't really know a better way to kind of explain it other than model knowledge. And this is just kind of like a feeling that I have. Like there, do you guys remember Sonnet 3.5? Every time that I would want to do something with Vue.js, Vue 3 is what I'm running, it would want to make it React. So it would kept like putting React in my code base because it just didn't know Vue very well. So my theory is now that what matters probably now, if you grab like a model and an agent that's got a good score, pick the one for like whatever has the best knowledge for the thing you're working with. So if you're doing React or you're doing like some serverless stuff or you're doing Python machine learning, you're probably just or Unity, you're probably going to find a model that's just really good at that, and then just find an agent that works well with that model, and you're going to be golden at that point. Codex is really good now. I I still I don't know I don't know what you guys think about OpenAI. Like it's so like I what I want from them is I want them to do a developer live stream and actually just be talk a little bit technical, talk about the stuff they're doing with Codex. I don't want it to feel like a sales pitch. Like I want it to feel like they're actually connecting to devs, not bringing in like T-Mobile and stuff like that. But I'll put all that aside. The Codex ecosystem is freaking awesome. The remote agents they've got, the IDE extensions, awesome. I'm really loving like sending off like 4 variations into the cloud and then checking to see what it does and then bringing that back down. I think it's pretty dang awesome. Why not burn those free API on Moonshot Turbo? Oh my god, yeah. I should have. I wonder how I could have actually connected it to Moonshot Turbo. You're right though, Shriek. I should have totally connected that to Turbo. Dang it. I did not think of that. Oh, that's awesome, Traveler. So you just kind of configured all of like root code, context condensing. I actually turned off context condensing too. Except my daughter, she'll do some vibe coding in games. I turned it on for her because otherwise she will rack up like ridiculous amounts of cost there. we do need tool evals, function calling, not models, like open code, crush, roo. Yeah. So let me see. I can load this up actually. Maybe I actually even have it on GitHub. Here. Let's see, repositories. So this doesn't test the agent, but my theory behind like rolling this out uh, and building this was to be able to do tool call testing against a provider. So so it's kind of like the model provider pairing. Because what I was finding is, for example, Deep Infra did not support tool choice in the API. And if you have an agent that works better with tool choice, you're actually getting gimped with the experience with Deep Infra. So I don't know. I'm kind of like talking a little bit, a little bit more technical, but basically there's different ways you can do tool calling via the API. Tool choice is one of them. There's then like historic function calling, and then there's just tools. And so if tool choice isn't supported in the API, but let's just say, I'm making this up, I don't know if this is true with OpenCode, but let's say OpenCode has actually works better with tool choice, and that's how they actually pass it into the API. When you use Deep Infra, they'd have to fall back to some other mechanism to actually do function calling. So my whole thing here was like, can we identify providers or like specifically on Open Routers, what I was testing. But I ran into so many issues with this because I actually started reaching out to each of the companies too. I reached out to like Fireworks, Cerebrus, Deep Infra, Base 10, and was trying to get contact with many of them as I could. Because I actually did. So I got in contact with a few of them. So Deep Infra, I got them to update their endpoint for Qwen 3 Coder to support tool choice. That made a huge difference. I got Deep Infra, Fireworks, and there was one other. I'm blanking on who it was, but I got Deep Infra and Fireworks to actually put a different version of Qwen 3 Coder up on their hosted endpoint that I tested for them. So I showed them that their old version they had compared to their new version, how much better it was. And it actually took a lot of time, like going back and forth on it. So I put this out there for them to be able to run it. So I sent this to them, and the guys at Open Router were using it to test things as well. And one day I want to do this with the Kimi K2 models as well. But the idea behind this is like really simple. It's, what does it support all the things it should? And then how well does it work to actually call the tools that it's supposed to call? Anyway, kind of rambling on there for a bit, but I get excited about that stuff because I spent so much time working on it. I have so many people, Basecamp Bernie, that use Claude Code for everything. There's a non-technical person on my team. I would say he's kind of like, he describes himself as like a script kiddie. He uses Claude Code to write like blog posts and build PowerPoints or not build PowerPoints, build spreadsheets for him, like all kinds of stuff. So it's all over. Oh, and someone asked about Nano Banana. Nano Banana is pretty good. I think it. I think it's a pretty big step up from what I was using before in my app for image editing. Anyway, I don't do it on the generation side. Yeah, so KHWPP. So Crush. Yeah, so actually, let me see if I can find it. Actually, open code, local model, timeout. There should be a GitHub repo. Yeah, here we go. You can see I was actually looking at this. So this is one of the biggest problems with open code. Let me see if they've actually fixed it. Go down. Oh, they're gonna add it. That's huge. So the problem with this is that if you're running local models, you kind of just want your agent to sit over there and you don't care how long it takes. You're running on a framework desktop and it would always time out. So apparently they're adding that in the next release, just updated last week. And then someone messaged me that OpenCode also fixed their prompt for GPT-5. Because if you look at my evals here on OpenCode, it's like pretty low, unfortunately. But supposedly, since I ran these tests, that is actually going to be a lot better. So I'm hoping that goes up a lot. And you mentioned Crush. So what Crush did is Crush already had this support. So I was using Crush where it wasn't timing out for me at all for any of the local models. AJ, could you add a test to your evals, give all docs about setting up better auth and asking the model to build a login page? Yeah, let me show you something, actually. Let me see if this is... All right, we're kind of going off a tangent for what I was originally planning to kind of hammer on Qwen 3, but so I've been brainstorming a new version. I'm calling it version 3 of my evals. I said version 1 because this is like a POC version of my version 3 evals. But the idea behind it is that I want to be able to open source these things but keep private tests back. But the problem that I'm having right now is my tests are actually, I'm having to retire more and more of them like every couple months. And each one of them takes like days to build because it's just so much work to actually get the prompt fixed perfectly to actually for the generating of the code I want. And then the test to actually test, like the unit tests are actually working correctly. I'm gonna have to run that hundreds of times to get that as solid as possible. And what I want to do is I actually want to open this up so other people can help build these things. And then, people could take whatever harness we make and then be able to run like their own version of tests or whatever. But I do want to keep tests private. There are tests that I absolutely want to keep. If I'm going to spend time on them, I don't want people to like gamify the system. Like I want to have something like off to the side. So let me just to give you an example here. This is like not perfect at all. This is me trying to figure out a way to like automate this a little bit better rather than me having this like manual, like copying, pasting, and like a little bit more manual system that I've got. So basically you would create like a folder in the bench here. You would end up having you can have like a template, and this is just a test one that I put together, and basically having slugs or tags that you can put in there that will get changed when you run some of these other scripts that we've got. You'll generate the tests that you actually have. So there may be fixtures, there may be like whatever it is. So like this is just regular like Python test here, but you would run through and like do whatever tests that you want for it. And maybe there's some starter code that you want to load in. Maybe there's a command you want to do where you want to pull down a GitHub repository, load it into an environment. You could do all of that, but really have it put in a place where you actually will go through. And if it's a CLI version, you can automate pretty much from 0 to 1. But if it's like a root code or a Qwen, it's basically like, okay, copy this into root code. The results need to go here, run the grade, that type of stuff, like trying to like make that a little bit better. "105 images using Nano Banana." That's awesome. I've actually never tried getting Nano Banana to flip an image. That's crazy. Yeah, I mainly use Nano Banana for like variations of images or editing text and whatnot in it. Oh, it actually finished. Is it actually going to build though? Take a look. I'm very curious. So this took forever. It should be launching my app though. Okay, that's just a warning. Another warning. We can clean those up later. There's some dead code apparently. It's not a good sign. Okay. Do we have... Oh, nope. Yep. Oh. What are we doing? Is it just going to keep restarting? Oh, that's brutal. So there is a chat history section. So I did build this chat history. But I don't understand why it's restarting. That's annoying. I need to... Wait. What did it do? Why did it add... Huh. It really does not seem that good at Rust. Like, look at all the stuff it added that it never used here. Like, listen and unlisten. I'm just going to kill that. It's never going to start. I don't know why it's restarting like that. I'll have to dig into it. That's weird. Yeah, I've heard it can't do full transparency either. I have to imagine they're going to come with that. Um, have you guys checked out... Let's see, what is it? BFL.ai? Like, Flux 1 is actually pretty good. I've been able to get some pretty good stuff out of this. I actually used this one for quite a while, but it kind of was worse at editing text. But I was able to do most of the stuff I needed, and it also is a little bit pickier about aspect ratio, where Nano Banana seems a little bit better at aspect ratio stuff. Man, that sounds crazy. That sounds awesome, Trial World. If we could do stuff like that, it'd be super cool. Let me see. What do I gotta do here to get rid of this thing? So this is all using Nano Banana. So if I come in here and I say create variation, let's make the background that of the moon instead of a beach. It should take, I don't know what it's going to do with the bananas and the blue, but it should make this part the moon. Of course, this is a creative idea that aligns with your brand's preference for space themes. That's funny. I have told it in the past I like space. Yeah, so it made a moon back there. All right, now, yes. Now change the text. Refresh your summer routine to the text. One step for summer, something like that. This is why, one of the reasons why I like Nano Banana is it actually It actually will do a really good job editing this text for me. And it's actually pretty fast too. I don't know if you guys remember, but OpenAI's version would take forever. Let's see if it actually edited the text well. One step for summer. Ah, ah. I was talking good about you, Nana Banana, and you called it. Just needed to be routine, not Romer. Jeez. Come on. Uh, oh no, it just supposed to be one step for summer. So it actually it messed up because it didn't know what to put there. So it carried summer. What was it before? It was summer routine. So it took routine and combined it with summer. So it was mummer. uh, Someone asked if I'm more excited about the future considering the current tech progress, or you don't think about it. I I'm actually very excited to actually be an engineer right now. I think, man, if I could go back and I'm trying to think through if I could go back in time and I knew we were going to be where we are right now, I would have dedicated everything in my power to stay because for a while I was like really studying like neural networks and all of that stuff. I would have stayed down that path and like really worked hard in that world because it would be such an amazing time to be developing there. But regardless of that, my favorite part of developing, when I was first like coding, I did like actually writing the code and seeing it happen. But my favorite part of coding is the architecture, the big picture, bringing things together, like thinking through all the intricacies of how the systems operate with one another, trying to actually come up with creative solutions for it. So I feel like we're moving in a direction where what I love to do is actually going to be more what I can do versus having to go in and add a button for the 1 millionth time in my career. Uh, I don't know. I'm very, very excited about where things are. And I'm not super worried, honestly, about technical jobs or anything. I think right now there's some macroeconomic things that have impacted job hires. And I do think some companies are making some mistakes by not hiring as many engineers because they think they're going to get more out of AI. But I don't know. I don't think that'll be in a forever thing. I think that's probably just going to be a short term like blip. Because if you think about historically, if I own a company, which I do own a company, if I can spend $1 and my ROI on that is $1.10 or $1.30, I'm going to put as many dollars into that as I can. And if AI answers that, if it actually gives us good ROI, there's really no reason for companies to not want to hire more people that can utilize AI to build great things. Like you're just going to want to invest more money into that. I think if you're a new engineer coming in though, and I still do teach, like I teach for, I actually was asked as a favor like 8 or 9 years ago, 9 years ago now, as a favor to help teach a class because I did a bunch of mobile app stuff and I knew how to do that well. So I teach a mobile applications class. If you're a new student going in though, it's got to be scary for you. But I think if you are, if you're one of the people that just jump in and aren't afraid to try things, make mistakes, like you're going to be fine. It's just maybe a little bit harder like to get going. But I joined the job market right after the dot-com crash. And I remember literally getting so many rejections because it felt like every job that I applied for needed like 5 years of experience. It was like entry level, but you need 2 years of experience. I had no experience. I just knew I was gonna like if I could get in somewhere, I was gonna be able to prove myself. So this isn't what I would recommend anyone do it, but I actually took an unpaid internship just so I could get the experience. And this is the worst idea ever, but I took out a student loan to be able to like try to scrape by for the months of while I was on that unpaid internship, just so I had enough money to eat and pay my rent. And then I got in there. I did a great job. Within 3 months, they brought me on full time, and then within a couple of years, I was leading teams there. So it was just I knew if I could get in, I would be fine. So it's just, I think people are probably going to have to be a little scrappy, unfortunately, at least in this market for now. Yep. See, so Paul, you say blazing fast cloaked models is a new meta. Yeah, Sonoma, super fast. I don't think they're coding models. I don't know what they are though. I mean, I'm like 99% sure they're Grok models. So Grok 4, medium, and mini. So maybe Dusk is the medium model, and Sky is the. I could have them backward. I keep getting them mixed up. But maybe Sky is like the mini model based on the quality that we're getting from them. Trial World says Varsity Sleep. My biggest takeaway of never coding before is going from giving ginormous tasks to super micro tasks. It's 10 million times better. Leverage multiple AI against each other to check. Yeah, I totally do that same thing. Now, especially that we have GPT-5 and Claude Code, having those two compare their code against each other is phenomenal. Like, I do that all the time. Yeah, I don't think we're actually going to get anywhere. Let me just cancel this. Continue. Yeah. Oh, you know what we should test here while we have it? Let's just do this. All right, let's go into, see, open source book. I'm trying to remember what, there's a website I go to grab books from. Yeah, Project Gutenberg. Let's just grab a couple of these guys. All right, let's see what kind of prompt processing this thing can do. Sonoma, here we go. I'm gonna put it in Rue code. I'm gonna put it in ask mode. Sonoma, okay, we're in Sky. Okay, summarize this book for me. Can it even take that many prompt tokens? You gotta imagine this is gonna take a bit. I'm curious how many tokens it's actually gonna say this is. All right, let's grab another book while that's going. So that was 65,000. So we need to do a bunch more. Get that one. Let that go. Yeah, I don't even know like what you would use 2 million context for. I'm gonna be real. That is just a wild amount. So that was only another. Is it caching? No. I want the longest book you can possibly have. That one looks pretty long. Okay. So Lagoon. I think Qwen 3 Max is a coder. I don't know. Time will tell, but right now I'm kind of not so bullish on it. I tried actually using it in a Rust project I was working on. Didn't have the greatest of luck. It wasn't awful. I need to go through the code, but it definitely did some odd things I wasn't expecting. And took forever. It's very, very slow. From a web design standpoint, I think Sharik's got the best design out of it. Ours was kind of hit or miss. gonna queue up the same book over and over again. I feel like, I mean, you could, you know what I could do actually? No, that wouldn't be easy. It's actually really hard to fill in. Let's do this. Let's go into my larger code base here. Do I have it open? No. I have that one open though. Let's see here. Let's do this. Make sure I don't have anything. I'm going to add a bunch of like giant Sonoma. Okay. I want you to read through all my controllers. Huh. Why is it so slow right now? Might be my computer. There we go. And tell me what each one is. I'm curious if it will actually do this. This should be a lot of content. I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be a million, but it should be 200,000 or 300,000 maybe, if it actually reads them all. Maybe even more than that. Dude, leak code for interviews is absolutely god awful. Do you guys, I don't know if you guys do the same thing. Let me pull mine up. I've actually kept every interview that I've ever had for a company. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. No one uses Dropbox anymore, but I'm still paying for it because I had it so many years ago. Interviews. So yeah, this is a bunch of the interviews that I had, pretty much all of them, and I shared them with a few of my friends back in the day. So, Epic Games. This was back in, I guess, 2009. That's crazy. So in 2009, I actually had you had to write like essays for them. So I actually had to like write like 2-page papers for them. I guess that's a 1-page one. What should I do there? So 1 page. So 1 page, 1 page, 2 page. And then here was the programming test. And I kept this. Visual Studio 2008 Express Edition. These were fun though. So, I wish I had the original problem. I probably do somewhere. Maybe it's in question 1. So this is back when I was doing like all C++ stuff. So let me see if I have. Okay, yeah. Here's the question. You've been given 2 extremely rugged Xboxes. You are in an office building that is 100 stories high, using the fewest possible numbers of drops from windows in your office. In the office building, determine the highest floor you can drop an Xbox and have it survive. For example, they might be able to take the drop on the 30th floor, but not the 31st. You can break both Xboxes in your search. State the worst case number of drops needed and explain how you arrived at that answer. So let's actually ask ChatGPT, and let's ask chat.qwen. I was actually really happy because I had to keep track of my time there. Apparently, I only spent an hour and 40 minutes, no, hour and 30 something minutes on it. But I spent probably in all, it had to be like 10 hours or more on this take home test that they had for me. Yep, this is correct. I remember the answer. Go, you drop at 14, drop at 27. Max drops 14. So I went through all the different things I thought through. This yields a worst case of 14 and a best case of 3. And I think pretty much, so 14, does it say best case here at all? 14's worst case. I don't think they say best case. That's the fewest possible worst case. What about best case? I mean, this is good. They actually got it right. No longer. I mean, this is the days, like, there was no Googling this answer back in the day. It was crazy. Shriek says, check the root code evals. I'm trying to remember. I never can find that when I need to find it. Ah, let's just go here. Maybe they posted it on Twitter. Yep, how would you implement the sorting algorithm? I don't know, bro. Just paste it to 5 different AIs and see which one's better. Yeah. Man, I could tell you this was a horror story too, because I did this take home test and the recruiter told me, I don't know if he's hyping me up or whatever, but he's like, it's one of the best ones he's seen. I'm like, this is awesome. I'm going to go work at Epic Games. I'm going to move to North Carolina. Whatever at that point. I was really, really excited about it. The So I go to fly down. My flight gets delayed because there's some sort of like gas or something on the airplane. And so it's delayed by a long time. I land in North Carolina and it was like 12:10. It was after midnight. So this is before Uber existed. So they had a driver come pick me up. And so I was able to actually get in contact with the driver, fortunately, and he still came and got me at midnight. They take me to the hotel. The hotel didn't have a room because they didn't think I was coming. So it's like, after midnight now. I was supposed to be there at 5 or 4. I was supposed to be there in plenty of time. And so then I have to go to another hotel. And then by that point it's probably, I think it's like 1:30 or 2. And I'm so freaking nervous because I was so excited about this job. Like I wanted to go work at Epic Games really bad at the time. So I finally get in a room. It's probably like 2, maybe 2:30. I couldn't sleep because I was so nervous. And my interview started at 8. So the recruiter was gonna come pick me up at 8 to take me out. So I was like, no sleep, horrible day before. I get there. The first thing they take me into a room with 4 people sitting on the side of a boardroom table, put me in front of the whiteboard, and ask me to start like writing code up on the whiteboard. And like my mind was not there or anything. Like I totally flopped that interview. Like it was so, and I knew like everything they asked me, I knew I could have done. There was nothing that I couldn't have not done. But the nerves got me. The lack of sleep got me. I was so anxious. I was just ready to get out of there, and I was like, it was very disappointing. But I learned a lot from it. So most of these, like big, huge games, I don't even know if they're around anymore. Bungie. Most of these I actually did get offers from. I did not get an offer from Havoc. Theirs is absolutely insane. If I were to load their programming test is one of the hardest that I've ever seen in my entire life. The Havoc one. That's the problem. Like, I did so many hours of work on this thing here. I doubt they used anything I did, but I did put a ton of work into this. It's very disappointing. Let's see what this question was. Yeah. So I mean, this is basically just when I spent 35 minutes on, and with all the honor system too. Write the code for the following function without using built-in functions. So you basically had to like show that you could allocate memory properly and handle it. Oh, back when I was really well, I shouldn't say that. I don't ever think I was. I think I was pretty good at C++ at one point. Uh, but I definitely worked with people that were still better than me. The BS about interviews wanting code or other examples these days is they basically want you to do work for free for them, and sometimes a lot of it. Yeah, let me show you another one here. Big Huge Games. They actually gave you a code base that. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, where's the. Where did I put the. Anyway, they gave you this code base and a list of things you had to fix. It's here. It's probably in this README. So you're given this code base for a next-gen simulation game called Zombie Killer. And you have to go in and make a bunch of changes. So create one zombie killer and add it to the world. Zombie killer is invincible but kills anything else. So you basically had to do like some logic around it. And you had to do it in 4 hours. So they sent this to me. And basically I had to send it back to them via email within 4 hours on it. That is a big time commitment. And the game industry was just brutal, honestly. So these are the random in-person one, mostly from Epic. Yeah, I remember. So I would come home after the interview. For a while, like I was just interviewing all the time just to get experience with it. Volition was one that was hard too. I remember this one. These are just great. Some of these are just crazy now. Like, I wonder. I don't know. I haven't interviewed since 2018. I actually did the last like interview because I in 2018 I joined a fintech. I left the fintech in 2022 to start my own company, and I've been doing that since then. So I haven't really interviewed since 2018. I'd be curious how much it's changed now. But while I was at the fintech, I personally interviewed probably 100, maybe 150 engineers. Um, and we definitely did not make them do this stuff. I basically, you could kind of tell by talking to someone and having them really like ideate and walk through how they solve problems of how good of an engineer they're going to be. I have heard of Cluely. Did Cluely send you a home coding test? That would be wild. So Varsity says he's not a coder, so no coding test. We've had a few companies now who saw my experience with an AI company and wanted me to complete interview questions that were definitely internal work questions. Dude, that is brutal. That's brutal. That's so not cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been. I'm just trying to think because there's been so many that I did. Insomniac was another tough one. I actually love these things though. It's got to write your own memory manager using Malloc, free, new, delete. But so like, none of these I think were like actual things that they would. I'm trying to that they would have used. I think it was all like leak code problems, riddle. I called them riddles a lot of times because it's like you got four people trying to cross a bridge. One moves at this speed, one moves at this speed, and then you only have one light. They have to carry a light across the bridge. Those types of questions. And I remember that one because that one tripped me up for a little bit. I don't know if I remember the Rockstar one. So this was 2011. Oh yeah, I do remember this one. Yeah, you literally like get a test to come home. I don't know if they're still doing it like this anymore, but I don't know if you guys did this, but I'd share this so you can see three of us have access to it. I shared it with some of my good friends so they could have access to them to practice for things. Man, that's so crazy, varsity sleeper. That's crazy. 8 hours, dude. I like the idea of doing those like mini hackathons and then maybe like finding the best people out of it and hiring them. I think that's a cool idea. I used to I used to teach in person, one class a semester, and I'd have 40 students or whatever. It wasn't a giant class, and I would typically hire one or two of them to be interns for my company at the time. So from 2012 to 2018, I owned a different company. It was an agency company that I think I had like 40 employees at the largest, so it wasn't massive. And I would find like the better students and I'd hire them in, and it was a great way to get like junior talent in because it's very clear when you have like an engineer that is putting in the work and one that just wants to get the grade, doesn't care. Oh, that sucks. They stole it, dude. That's brutal. That is so shady, man. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've never had anything like that happen to me. Lorenz, late night here in France. I am working on my first app. I'm still new to building backends. What would be your architecture for building a backend with sensitive user data, super base RLS enough? Since you're new, how sensitive of data would be my first question to you. Is this like financial information? Is it GDPR type stuff? Uh, I I don't know. I am pretty old school when it comes to a lot of that stuff. Like I'm a big fan of owning my own database and being able to manage it. I think Superbase kind of scares me a little bit. I love it for prototyping and getting things spun up quickly, but I've never taken it to like a big production app. So it depends on how serious you want to make it. Other people might tell you it's totally fine, but typically what I'll do is I use AWS. I'll set up and manage my own infrastructure. I'll do Postgres, manage all of that because it's so easy to do now. And then I can also control access to it a lot better. And if something goes wrong, I actually have the ability to get in and like do more than I would if I did like some wrapper on top of a data system. Yeah, that's crazy. So in marketing interviews, that's pretty common. It's crazy. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like Postgres, but I'm a Postgres person. It's been very good to me over the years. Oh yeah, if it's just contact data, you'd be fine to use something like Supabase. But uh, so for me, for example, like some of my data I collect is like highly sensitive, so I need to be able to control encryption, role-based permission, field-based permissions, that kind of stuff. It just gives me more power to do that. Yeah, this is Sonoma. I don't think Sonoma's gonna. Although, look at this. It did get to 487.2K context before it died. It tried. I'm gonna tell it to keep going. Yeah, I don't think 9.22 megabytes. It's gonna fail again. Yeah. 515. Okay. So let me cancel that. Oh no. All right. Tell me what controllers you have knowledge about. I'm curious if it can even tell me what it currently has. I mean, I don't know if this is indicative of how big my control. I do have a lot of controllers, but that seems extraordinarily big. A million tokens up, a million down. I don't know. I guess maybe if you told me there was a million tokens in my controllers folder, it's a pretty big repo. I would maybe believe you. I should actually count it up and see. Do you think it added the entire folder in the up, like in the input tokens? I wish I could look at the API to see if that was true, like what it actually called there. Here, let's see. File list is truncated. Yeah, it could be. It literally could be just all of them in there. It looked like it was trying to read them here. I don't know why it was trying to read that file. I guess because it's open. I think it's dead now. Varsity Sleeper, I appreciate you hanging out. I don't know, it's just fun to chat with people that are kind of in the same mindset. Uh, I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to wrap my head around what I think about Qwen 3 Max. I'm gonna be honest. Like I really hope we get a Qwen coder that is smaller than 480B. But yet, oh, that's cool. So it did end up replying some. But I hope we get a Qwen coder that's smaller than 480B so I can run it on my framework desktop. The Qwen 235B is an okay model, but it never has been extraordinary at coding. I just am I'm wondering. You think about where things are right now. Like, do we think these big generalist models, like these 1 trillion parameter models, are going to be what we're coding with for the next year? Or do we think we're going to see like Grok Code Fast, for example, like a hyper focused coding model coming out? Do we think like Claude is going to do that? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Claude and I mean, OpenAI kind of did it with the Codex model that they have. They have Codex Mini, and then they have Codex, which they don't have access on the API. I kind of wonder if the next year is going to be all about hyper focused, smaller, non-generalist models. That, and if it is, those of us with the hardware to be able to kind of run these models it's going to be pretty sweet, honestly, if they're open source. So I'm hoping like Qwen 3 Max is just a way to maybe distill down that knowledge, or maybe it's I'm skeptical on these big generalist models being our coding models forever. Like Grok 4, I don't even like using. GPT-5, you probably hear me complain about, but it's like slow. So like if we could get like a GPT-5 version but like like a coder focused one, that'd be kind of sick. I don't know. I think the next year is probably going to be more of like Grok Code Fast, and I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see other companies come out and do that too. Kimi K2 is just such a massive model. Like, it's so expensive to run. It's kind of slow. Moonshot, you have to pay a fortune for it if it's that large. I'm thinking the Qwen 3 Max model, that's probably something I just don't see people coding with personally. The cost of it's too high. It's too slow. There's no provider, like you don't get other providers with it. Um, so you, and then most likely it's all hosted in China, so there are going to be companies that just won't even allow you to actually hit that. It's kind of interesting. So, Vars, you think models are going to be eventually like agents trained on a super specific, non-general thing? The reason is because content. Yeah, see, I kind of think the same thing. I think we're going to get like the Qwen coder model, the Grok coder model. Those just seem great to me. I wouldn't even be surprised if it goes even a layer deeper, but probably not in the next year. But could you imagine a model that's like for front end, like it's just trained on coding front end stuff, and then you could kind of, oh, that'd be kind of sick. Mike says for the next year probably, but they released a hierarchical reasoning model. Let me see what you're saying here. Hierarchical reasoning model paper a couple months ago, and it uses a 27 million parameter model for complex reasoning. Oh, that's wild. Next is game dev. Yeah, I mean, I could be totally wrong, and then we end up with like a 2 trillion parameter model. I think it was it Quinn's post that said they think they can push it bigger than a trillion. So I could be wrong. You're training Gemma 3 on open code reasoning as we speak. Sweet. Man, I have a desire to do that too. Like, I really want to figure out how to get like a good data set to train a model on. Yeah, I also want to see hardware prices come down. They're ridiculous right now. David, you are you getting anything good with Sonoma models? I've been not as impressed with either one of them from like the tests that I do on them. I'm gonna have to run them through my evals to see how they score, but I'm actually not expecting them to be either one of them to be that high based on what I'm seeing. But they all are good at like tool calling. Um, they're both kind of fast. Yeah, I'm excited about the Ryzen AI Max chips too, Mike. Yeah, same Barcy. I'm pretty much Claude just as my code. I typically, if I'm questioning or like kind of building a plan on something, I still really rely heavily on my pair programmer mode, and I kind of just talk through options and figure out what I want the plan to be, and then from there I'll typically write up another prompt, send it into Claude Code, and if it's big enough, I'll have Claude Code build a plan on it. Yeah, Mike, that'd be sick if it was easier to do that. Yeah, exactly. A fully Unity trained AI model would be amazing. I do want to test Qwen 3 Max with the Unity. It doesn't seem that great on at least some of the stuff that I've tried it on, but it'd be cool to see what it could do with Unity. Exactly, sure. 50 to 80 billion parameter, have a nice front end one. I don't know. I feel like it is totally possible. I should take a look at what data sets are out there now. Mike says there's a bunch on Hugging Face that are good. I I went through and I used this was a long time ago. It feels like forever, but it wasn't that long ago. When R1 came out, I actually used R1, DeepSeek R1, to generate a bunch of like reasoning output. Because what I wanted to see if I wanted to do the experiment to see if I could actually take a non-reasoning model and make it do some reasoning. But then I spent like a day and a half trying to get it working. Because at the time I was running AMD 7900 XTX, and I would get close to being able to kick off fine tuning, and it would be some like weird thing that would happen. It was just absolutely brutal trying to get that running. Adrian, I do think baby routing could be a thing there for sure. I don't know. I think for 95% of people, they're going to care less about what model's actually being used, to be honest. If people pick build routers, I still hope they allow me and those of us that care to pick a particular model, because I do think that's important for those of us that want to actually be able to say, hey, I don't want you to decide for me. I can make that decision. I know I'm doing a front end thing. Go send this to the front end model that I have. Yeah, I did I did a game. Do you guys remember the? I don't know. This is a potato. This game here. Let's see if I can find an image of it. Yeah, that's not the greatest image. Here, this is a good image. I tried to vibe code. I don't like that term, but vibe code this in Unity, and it was ungodly painful with Sonnet at the time. I think it was Sonnet 3.7. I actually want to do that experiment again where I can, I don't mind doing like setting up prefabs and doing stuff like that if I need to. But yeah, it really shows like how far away AI is from like taking over game dev. Like there's still so much that it can do the logic. Like you can say, hey, I want a projectile to do this and do this collision. It's good at that. But there's some things in there it does not interact well with Unity at all. This is a fun game, by the way, if you guys haven't checked it out. Me and my kids will play this quite a lot. I think we have almost everything unlocked. Yeah, training on AMD is not fun at all. John, I appreciate you stopping in to say hi. I'll probably jump off here in a little bit. It's getting kind of late on my end. It's like almost 10. But wanted to really test Qwen 3 Max, and maybe as a recap on that, I'll kind of show through for those of you that are just coming in. Let me see if I can find where we were here. Here we go. So this is a. Let me see if this is the one. Yeah, this is the one Sharik, somebody in the chat, actually created with Qwen 3 Max. I think it looks pretty good. I actually just noticed this. Like, look at this little line up here at the top. It kind of shows you where you are on the page. I think that's a really cool touch. I think it did a great job here. I was not able to get this kind of performance, to be honest with you. Like, he did an excellent job making this work. The prompt that I used gave me this with Qwen 3 Max, and it looks god awful. So there's definitely some prompting to be done, and I think maybe even some temperature. I forget what temperature I was running at this point. And then this is another one that I ran in Qwen 3 Max, which again I think is probably on the weaker side compared to this one. I do like some things about it, but like some nice hover effects. And then this is another one. This is me taking the prompt that Sharik used, and I put it in, and I got a much better looking one at this point. Still not anywhere as good as what he got, but a little bit better. And then this is Sonoma Sky, trying to make one. When this came up, actually I was kind of excited about like what this would look like. And then you look down here, and it's like a GeoCities MySpace thing. This one, I actually love this effect where it's like badass software engineer ready to crush code. Where you come down and you've got a 3D wireframe of a sphere, which is spinning in a canvas. And all of this is just all jacked up. And this is a 3D autonomous drone, which it's not very good either. So this is Sonoma Sky in this case. So just a few of the tests we did. I did actually do some run throughs with a Rust application. Let me see if I can find it down here. I got way too many of these things open. But actually, it messed up some stuff with my node module. So I need to go figure out why it got rid of some of my files in my node modules. Anyway, then this kind of works. So if I run this, what I was asking it to do was create a historic chat view, so I could see previous chats and they're stored as JSON files and whatnot. And it took forever. We were getting like 1 token per second with Qwen 3 Max. It was so ungodly slow. And now now it's got a situation where it just sits here and restarts over and over and over again. So it's pretty well busted. You're gonna see it here. So you can see the new chat very quickly, and then it's just gonna keep restarting. So I'd have to go through and work through that. Probably just gonna revert that, work on it later. Actually, I might just revert it now because I don't know if it's even worth. And I'll show you what it should look like without that. Oh, maybe there's something. Oh, no. Some things are changing. What is going on? Maybe it didn't do that whole time. Maybe it was something else. I think I broke something with my setup here. That's weird. I'm gonna have to look into that. Too bad. I'm a bit rusty with my Rust, pun intended. But it's actually a very simple language, honestly. I mean, if you look at this, it's like very simple. It's like similar to every other language that you use. It's what was that language? Man, I'm trying to remember. So, language before Swift on iOS. Objective-C, that was it. If any of you used Objective-C, I had to make a, let's see if I can find an example of the code. I don't know, I'd have to find it, but Objective-C was so confusing back in the day. It was awful. Yeah, let's check Kimmy K2, see if that ever finished. Oh, it says it did. Open launcher or index.html. Do we think this is actually going to work? What do we do? Launcher? Oh my god. I mean, this looks pretty... Whoa! This may not be coming through on the video well, but as I move my mouse, there's like a gradient effect that kind of moves with it. This is sweet. Okay, we're gonna launch it. Okay, so an error occurred. Okay, so a bunch of like images that are missing. So that's easily rectifiable. Undefined, undefined. So that's not good. So this probably isn't gonna work. Nope. This looks great. That's too bad that this ended up failing. The error though. Invalid regular expression. See if it can actually resolve any of that. For those of you that are joining, this is actually running in Claude Code using Kimmy K2. And it built a ton of stuff. Way more than I anticipated. Kimmy K2 is the best research. I need to try Kimmy K2 for researching. Yeah, I don't know. I get a kick out of this. This effect is neat. That's wild. Yeah, it's funny though, because to my brand, so we started this in 2022, and it kind of works out good because our brand's kind of purpley. as well. And AI really likes the color purple. So anytime I'm designing something, I might have an unfair advantage because my colors are purple. Because I didn't tell it to make it purple. It just like purple. Yeah, that interactive one is wild. That's so good. These like little micro interactions are just things that like you really do appreciate. I wanted to see if I could. No, none of that's clickable. I hope this will end up getting fixed at some point. Yeah, I agree. People may be afraid of AI coming for their job, but learning to control the AI is a future job. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, I also think it's like AI is really good when you tell it exactly what to do, but you have to kind of keep that bigger picture in mind. So if you're working in like one of my larger code bases, I feel like the job actually becomes you understanding how to like control this like AI to do the one particular thing you need to have done while not breaking everything else in the app because it can't have that full context. Even with that 2 million context, I am very skeptical. Actually incredibly skeptical that anybody can make any use of this 2 million context here. I just don't see that happening. But maybe I'll be proven wrong on this. Yeah, you should try that, and then I bet you'll still get purple. I'd be willing to bet that you'll still get some purple. AI loves purple. I mean, even check out like the stuff that I was showing before. Like, let's take a look. Did we get purple here? You actually did not get purple. You got like green, blue, and yellow. Yeah, you didn't get any purple. Mine got purple. So maybe it just knows that I like purple. And then this one, that's like a purple to bluish purple gradient there. Purple, purple, purple. What about this one? This one's purple. 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 It's just all purple. And these are different models too. This is Sonoma. We've got Qwen 3 Max and we've got Kimmy K2. They all love purple. And then we did get, I guess that one don't count, but kind of funny. Yeah, you're gonna try to make it Qwen 3 Max not do purple. Love it. Oh man. Oh god, like when Claude. Yeah, I was. So my daughter was doing building a game, and I looked over and her root code like amount of dollars was up to like $18 or something. And I'm like, holy god, what's going on over there? Because that's a lot for like one message chain. And I looked in her file. I can't remember the exact number of lines, but it was in the many thousands. I know it was under 10,000. I think it was like 7,000 lines of code in a single file. And it just shows like it's like when you just have someone sitting there telling it to code over and over and over again, uh, it just keeps adding it to the same file, and then the prices just rack it up on it, and then it eventually got so broken for her that it was very hard to recover. So one night when she went to bed, I stayed up and worked on it for like 2 hours. I broke it up into like 15 different files for her so she could continue working on it. But it's just crazy, and I'm sure I could like build a mode or something in Ruko that makes that happen automatically for her, but it did not. Yeah, my daughter loves making games. She made this game. She actually did a 3D game where um, you could walk around, you could jump, you walk to the kitchen to pick up recipes, and then you have to bring them to a table to like make something. So it's like a cooking thing. So it would end up making something, and then you have to take it to a table. And then she had it was funny because she was like, hey, I want there to be raccoons and animals. And what it did is it put like emojis on billboards. It was like emojis on billboards and all the seats at these tables, and you'd have to walk up to them and like give them their food, and it worked surprisingly well for. And she's only 12, so she did a good job. Yeah, I was very worried about breaking her code because she was very proud of that game. I'm hoping Kimmy K2 can fix this. I want to see if we can make that actually work before we call it here. Oh man, you're definitely gonna still get purple, Sharik. Or maybe it'll be like blue now. I wonder what color it will go to if it's not purple. It's gonna be blue. Exactly. It was like a diner dash, like time management one. Yeah, she made it. She tried to make it two player, so that you could have like somebody with WASD and somebody with the arrow keys walk around. But never got that fully working. But she tried. The Gosu Coder Mini O1 model. Man, that'd be so cool. Oh, I'll have to check that out, Gavin. That sounds awesome. So I thought about that. This is so dumb. But do you guys remember the let's see, ticalc.org? Does this website still exist? Oh my god, it still looks the same. It looks very similar. So let's see if there's. I don't remember how to navigate this thing, but back in 1999, maybe 2000, this is the site that I would go to, and we would share games that we built for the calculator with each other. Like, and at the time, I had a TI-85, and I would upload. I'd build like dumb like side-scrolling games or something. But I actually set out to try to build like this assembly, kind of top-down adventure game. So, um, it would actually run pretty decent. And then I built a lot of things that were like, I guess you can kind of just consider them like cheating to a certain point because it would kind of help you with like calculus or chemistry and that type of thing. So this is what I started coding with, and I kind of have nostalgia for. And I've thought about this with like vibe coding and stuff, but it was really fun as a community to be able to kind of have a place you could go like very quickly, download someone else's game, play it on your calculator, see what other people made, have them play your games, give you feedback on it. I know we just don't have that. I mean, it's so painful right now to like do anything on like a mobile phone. And Roblox is kind of probably the closest thing we've got to that today, but it's interesting. I knew you were gonna get purple, Sharik. I told you. Oh, that's awesome, Varsity. Yeah, I told you. I think they love purple. And like I said, I think I have an unfair advantage because my brand is purple. I was telling my co-founder this. I'm like, I don't know if we get changed from purple because it works too well when we're using AI to actually make our stuff. Uh, because it just wants to make it purple anyway. I wonder. I don't know. And what's weird though is like we tried. So Sonoma models probably are Grok, and those were purple. Qwen is a Chinese model, and I guess it's not like even. It's just like a model thing. It's just AI thing in general. It's not even like who trained it. Ah, that's a good point. Maybe because he put in there, don't make it purple. It's gonna make it purple even more. Sharik, I'm gonna say things in chat now that I can't say here. I mean, I like purple too, as you can kind of tell by our brand. Although I will actually say, um, I would prefer. I've been trying to talk my co-founder into going into like a dark mode versus a. Oh, that looks absolutely awful. But trying to do like a dark mode version of this, I think I'd be more of a fan, like not having it so bright, and seeing if we can figure out a way to do purple in there. Do we have any? Oh, look at this. We actually have. Oh, something went wrong. Dang it. We're getting closer though. Look at this. We could actually multi-select stuff now. That's actually pretty cool. Can I open that? I can. I can open that. I can't open anything. I'm gonna have to go here. Let me just do this. What is the error? It's a global error. That's not helpful. Oh, create window is not a function. Yeah. I think it's probably stuck again, unfortunately. Oh, maybe. Maybe not. It looked like it updated. Yeah, that's true. I think you'd have to like give it the color palette you want and make it just do use those colors. Yeah, it doesn't even know what purple is. Like, is it smart enough to know that there's like a degree of hex colors um, that are purple? Like, I wonder if that's true. I'm very curious now. I'm gonna ask Grok, which is running Kimmy K2, what its favorite color is. Oh, no, you have to pick. That's funny. Blue. His favorite color is blue. So Kimmy K2's favorite color is now green. That's so dumb. Oh, brutal. Oh, let's see what this has done now. It looks like it updated some code. Refresh. Oh man, all images. That's good. Still got the create window problem. So, see if I can just go fix that for me. The reason purple is so popular, I think, is because other colors have meaning, and purple is kind of neutral. Like red. I mean, that's true. That's actually a good point because, like, that's a really good point. Because red would be like a warning, or red would be like error. Orange would be like a warning. Green would be something positive. And yeah, that's a really good point. I did try Claudeflow a little bit. Have you tried it much, Mike? I just have a hard time like committing to these things that sit on top of Claude. I probably need to just force myself to do that a bit more. Let's see. I found the issue. The desktop.js file is trying to use Window Manager create window directly when handling icon actions. However, the scripts are loaded in the correct order in index.html. Let me check if there's a timing issue. Interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, that one will never work. I'm looking at my other prompts here. Oh, this is one I want to work. I probably could work on this prompt a little bit more. So let me show you this one. So in a folder called coder, code IDE, create. So basically, I want a code editor with syntax highlighting and so on. So it's actually fairly complex. I tell it to like have Git integration and everything. Make sure I'm still in Qwen 3 Max. I am. I have yet to get a model to actually make anything really good with this one, but I like running it once in a while. That is a massive to-do list. Yeah, maybe I'll have to give that a go. The Claude Flow. Yeah, that'd be really neat to see. Be neat to see kind of honestly, I think it's all down to like personal preference. Like I wish I could use Warp here in VS Code just simply because it's just kind of a pain. I'm lazy, I guess, and don't want to jump between external terminals. Just want to do my stuff here. And I know it's kind of impossible for them to do that, unfortunately. But maybe one day. I saw like some talk on some forum where they were talking about how hard it would be, but it was maybe possible. Dang, Varsity Sleeper, I appreciate that. You definitely don't have to do that. Mic drop. I love it. So let's go over here to... Man, I don't know. I might have to jump over to a different model to actually try fixing the Kimi K2 stuff. I mean, it seems like we're getting close. I mean, there's some really nice... I really like this. Very few of these that I've actually got allow you to actually multi-select things. This is super nice, even though it's like full of a million errors here. Yeah, thank you, Varsity. I hope you have a good night. Hope to see you out here again, too. You definitely do not have to do that. I just like hanging out. But I appreciate it, Varsity. That's very nice of you. David, are there any good warp clones? I actually don't know. I don't think so. I mean, the things I really like about warp, um, I just haven't seen anyone else do yet. I mean, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but when I'm using it specifically, I use it a lot of times for SSHing into stuff. You know, like the commands that you can never remember fully, like going and authenticating with AWS or pulling like a list of S3 buckets and doing some things like that. Like it's so good at that stuff. So good at making that happen for me. All right, I think we're gonna close that guy out, free up some memory here. And let's take a look and see if Kimi K2 has done anything else. Test that one. Yeah, that's my eval one. I think I can close that one now too. We can get rid of you. I hate how sometimes I like lose my icons. This is an app that should have an icon, but it is just gone. This is hopscotch. I'll just remember that as hopscotch. Someone else told me about the AWS toolkit. I should take a look at that. Yeah, I've always done it through the command line. I probably should. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, varsity, that's awesome. I appreciate that. I know everything's so freaking expensive now. We I took my daughter to Starbucks and she got one of like the I don't know like the berry strawberry berry things with the whatever it was, some kind of strawberry, and it was like $9 for the thing because she got that and like a sucker thing, not a sucker, a cake pop. That's what she got. Yeah, John. Like honestly, if I go back to I've been coding professionally since about 2004, so 21 years, which is nuts to think about at this point. And I started actually coding myself in probably 1998. That's when I was kind of teaching myself before maybe 97, 98, somewhere in that time frame. Um, and if I go back to probably 5 years ago, I was kind of burnt out to be honest. Because I had done at that point I had written so much code. It felt like it's like anything. Like you get to work on like these cool problems, but you do a lot of the same things over and over and over again. And I know I'm kind of I don't want to be whiny because I still love coding and building, but it can get monotonous to like how many login pages have I built in my career? So many freaking login pages. It's just that type of thing. With AI, it's just like reinvigorated all that for me now because I know I need a login page. I can have it go build a login page for me. Like I don't have to actually go in and do that. CSS has always been the bane of my existence. Like I really preferred like back end stuff. So anytime I'm doing styling stuff, like AI is so much better at that. And I know there are gonna be people that are like experts at CSS that are gonna say that there's more optimal ways to do it. But at the end of the day, like if it looks good and it runs good, I don't care honestly if the CSS could be done slightly different or better. Like I want it to do the thing that I want it to do. So I don't know. It's reinvigorated programming for me a lot, to be honest. Like I feel like I can do the things I want. I can offload the crap I don't care about anymore, and it lets me do the bigger thinking, bigger planning type stuff. I just love it. Yeah, Context 7's pretty neat. We actually had Sonoma call it a minute ago because I have it set up in root code. It can work pretty well depending on what you're doing there. Yeah, totally, John. You get so much more time to be creative. Yeah, Sharik, 100% agree. It's so freaking awesome now. I actually worry about the data stuff too, to be honest. Because like I have environment files and I know some of my keys have probably leaked in at some point. If one of these agents like picked it up and sent it, like I don't know. I kind of worry about that too. Um, I'm very picky when I'm using like sensitive, like my actual production software. Like I'm very picky. Like I use Secrets Manager for everything. Like I have it all not in an environment file. I have it all as like environment variables on my machine. But I have to imagine there is more like API keys and stuff in these logs that these AI companies have than we could even imagine. Nick, Cerebrus code $50 plan. How much coding do you need to do? I can get just to give you a little bit of perspective. If I'm coding nonstop with it, like I'm one single window, I'm coding with the $50 plan. I can go about 2.5 hours. And if it, if I'm stopping, sometimes I can get it to like 3.5 hours. But if I'm in a stream of just going nonstop, it's about 2.5 hours before I hit my limit for the day. So it's if you're doing like little bits here and there, and not having to like hit like big like long coding sessions, definitely recommend it because you're paying a lot less for that $50 if you use it every day. But yeah, it does not last you all day by any means. Yeah, I also want models that I can run locally too, pretty badly. Which, let me see if we've got. So I've got what do you got? Those of you that run local models, what do you run them on? Are you running them on just GPUs like I am, like uh NVIDIA GPUs, 16 gigabytes, 32 gigabytes? Yeah, this thing is so ungodly slow. Like, look at this. This is Sharik was just saying like this is Qwen 3 Max. It is. I would not be able to use this on a daily basis at its current state. If this is how it behaved for me, anyway. It seems to start faster and then just like die. All right, so we're on Qwen 3. I want to see if it's actually still. Tell me a story. Look at that, 11, 10, 9. It's slower than it was before. I was getting 13, 14 before. 9 tokens per second. 8. It dropped to 8 at the end there. That's brutal. I totally can run my GLM 4.5 Air a lot quicker than this. That's so disappointing. I'm gonna have to watch that because that is, it's impossible. I'm not even gonna be able to run evals on it at this speed. Like I'm not gonna be able to run the 5 iterations on it. It's gonna take me 2 days to get it through. I was I feel like so there was somebody in Discord. I'm trying to remember who it was that came up with this idea. I feel like we could probably set a proxy that we could put rules in there that very simply goes through and be like, okay, if you see brand name X, change it. Like you could just, and then you could have it do the reverse back if you wanted to. Like I feel like there's going to be tools that come out that just kind of sit between us and the LLM at some point that remove our API keys, remove our URLs, remove our brands, all that kind of stuff. Just seems like such a no-brainer idea, honestly. Shriek, I wonder if you're getting faster speeds. I wonder if it is like a regional thing. Like I wonder with where you're at if you're hitting like a faster server. I would assume that we're all hitting a server in China somewhere. So write me 10 chapter book, please, on AI. Just give me the text. It always wants to call tools. Yeah, I don't know why OpenRouter is reporting 50 some tokens per second. It's just not possible at all. 910 for sure here, streaming. And then, I mean, we could see in root code that, like, it's literally unusable. It's just sitting here. So disappointing. Yeah, I wonder if it's just got to be a location-based thing. This is awful. Yeah, let's take a look how the code's coming in. It's not. Yeah, 1 trillion parameters. It's just astronomical to me. I just don't know how much bigger they're going to be able to go. Yeah, what do you guys think about, like, let's talk about MCP stuff, because I see Mike brought that up. What do you guys think about MCPs? Because on one hand, well, I'll give you a little bit of background. So with my company, we deal with a lot of people that are non-technical. And so there are companies like Klaviyo and Shopify that have MCPs. But none of my customers that I've talked to actually have any idea how to set up an MCP, nor what an MCP is. If they've heard of an MCP, um, they may just think it's some, like, they have no idea what it is. So it's like, but then there really isn't a good way with a lot of these today. They're all built to like run on a person's like local system. There's really not a remote MCP. There is, what was it? I think Anthropic released a protocol for being able to do remote based MCPs, but I haven't really seen those come into the wild yet. So I wonder what the long term game is with MCP. It's got to be remote. It's got to be things that I can like host in the server and like do the MCPs for my customers, because there's no way they're going to set it up at all. Like, I just can't see that happening. I agree. Farsi, I totally agree with you. I want faster, more focused models. I don't need a. The joke that I always tell people about this is like, we've got these like giant corpuses of human knowledge. So I'm gonna make. I don't know what all Qwen's been trained on a lot. So let's just say it's been trained on an enormous percentage of human knowledge, and I'm going to use it to design a web page for me, or add a button to a screen, or write me an email. Like, it just doesn't seem practical long term that that's needed. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, as a non-coder, I'm still pretty sure MCPs are magic wizard stuff. Yeah, they're actually, I mean, they're kind of cool, but it is something that you have to like set up locally most of the time. Oh, you're getting 8 tokens per second, Sharik? So we're about the same. Let me see where I land. Yeah, I got 9 here. So I guess maybe we aren't that, but maybe it's just slow everywhere right now. Yeah, I've got, so when I first started building my system for Raylon, so like this brainstorm session here, what I have here is I have a series of agents actually working. So I have like my main agent, and then like if I go and I ask information about like data, for example, so like, hey, I want you to go pull some historic data, that actually kicks off sub agents that run down its own series of work and then reports back to the main agent. And I built a lot of this before some of these like new concepts are rolling out with other, like, when I built this, MCPs did not exist. Like, they're just not a thing that people were doing at that time. But now I'm debating, like, some of the things I built have now been solved with MCPs, and but still my customers would never even know what that is. So it's a really interesting thing for like if I should incorporate that in or not. Or I've even debated building my own MCP because but then I question, like, are my customers actually going to be able to use it? It's a really tricky thing, honestly, to navigate. Yeah, there's no way OpenRouter can still be reporting models. Qwen 3 Max. No, this 46 tokens per second is not real at all. 3-second latency. No. I actually was doing research on this, and I was asking Cerebrus, and they never directly answered me. But what they alluded to in their response, so I'm totally reading between the lines here, is I think this number might be getting reported by the provider and not calculated by OpenRouter. So if that's true, then Alibaba is reporting that, and it's not OpenRouter's fault that that's so inaccurate. Which kind of made sense with some of the tests I've done in the past, where the TPS did not align to what the real world scenario was. Mike, that's funny. Yeah, so let's take a look at pricing of. Well, I'll tell you right now, it's going to be very cheap to run Qwen 3 Max because you're going to get 8 tokens per second, and it's going to take you a while to actually get any sort of substantial output from it. So, yeah, you could probably. Let me go. Let me look at my activity. I want to see how much I paid for this so far. All right. Let's see here. One day. I want the spend. I've spent 30 cents on Qwen 3 Max because that's about as much as I can actually pump through it at any given kind of speed. In, I don't know, what are we at? A couple hours now? 4 hours? I've spent 30 cents sending stuff through Qwen 3 Max. So yeah, depends on the speed, I guess. But if we were getting good speed, I do think, I don't know. I would struggle. I'd struggle wanting to pay full price for this model, honestly, compared to Claude or GPT-5, for example. I haven't ran it through evals. Like I said, I don't even know if I can at this speed, but I would be willing to bet it's probably going to be lower than Qwen 3 Coder in performance. Even if it's equal, let's say it's equal to Qwen 3 Coder, like there's just no reason for you not to use Qwen 3 Coder because it's just going to be so much cheaper if you can get cache reading. That's going to be the most important thing. AWS is all APIs. Yeah. Yeah, I have a, see if I can find it. Too many of these things open. Do you guys use AWS much? Like this is one of my projects I'm working on right now, and this is all just AWS. It's all serverless. Minus I do have an RDS instance for Postgres, and I do have a EC2 instance for like a proxy, for Bastion proxy. Other than that, it's all serverless. A Qwen 3 Coder Max would be sick if it was open source and we could get other providers to run it. I'd also be happy if they did a Qwen 3 Coder like 235, 200 parameter model too, or even like a 120. So I could get one a little bit better than the 30 billion and actually run it here locally. Oh, Varsity Sleeper. I'm gonna tell you something funny. So I I didn't really fully leave the game industry, but I moved. My company got acquired in. It wasn't my company. I was I was just an employee of it. But I was part of a game company that got acquired, and we got brought into a company that was primarily web development at the time. And when they told me that they deployed on Amazon, I just couldn't believe them. So this was probably 2011, maybe 2012, 2011, maybe. Uh, I couldn't believe them because it's just like the whole time I thought Amazon was just a place that you'd buy stuff from. And then you would go to AWS at the time, and I think I probably still signed in actually. You'd go to AWS and you would look at all the different services, like look at all these services that you could do, but there were like five. There was like five at the time, and I knew what every one of them did, and it was like EC2, Route 53, S3. There were some other ones too. There's probably a database one at the time. I don't remember exactly, but there's literally like five of them on there. And now, like, look at this. This is just insane how many services they have here. Like, I pride myself on knowing AWS really well, but there is no way anybody knows all these things by any means whatsoever. That's awesome, Mike. Yep, love DynamoDB. Love S3. The things that so the Railion company, the things that we mainly use here is we use Athena, we use DynamoDB, we use RDS, we use EC2, lots of lambdas, API gateway. Trying to think of other things. Oh, we use batch jobs because those have actually turned to ECS. We use CloudFront, of course. Like, I think it's a fairly simple kind of setup, mostly. One thing I learned is DynamoDB can be freaking expensive. I learned this the hard way, where if you're using DynamoDB and you've got like transient data, like a lot of times we'll have like data that kind of becomes irrelevant after, let's say, a year. So writing to it, reading from it, and then deleting it all kind of adds up, and then you pay for the overall cost of it. So definitely set your TTLs on those and have it auto delete. So much cheaper doing that up front. Athena is awesome. It's like big data query. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, serverless setup with CloudFront, DynamoDB, API Gateway, and Lambda. Yep, those are excellent. I mean, that's pretty much what I have, even in this application here that I'm working on. Is basically the only difference is I manage my Postgres table, which I know database, which I know a lot of people don't like doing, and I respect that honestly. Um, but I'm old school. Like I've managed it from the very beginning. Oh, the other thing I use a lot is like code deploy, code pipeline, code build. All those things are freaking awesome too. No more manual deployments ever again. Those things are freaking sick. Yeah, so that's cool, Mike. Do you do any big data stuff with like Athena at all or anything like that? So we have like I don't know, I forget, I haven't counted recently. I haven't done like the metric recently, but we pull in a little over uh it was like a 1.5 million events that we pull in daily. And then we also have like internal metrics that are ran and stored. So like our S3 usage is actually pretty high, and then we have to be able to get data out of that. So it's like stored in basically we put it in JSON, it gets converted to Parquet, and then we use Athena to query Parquet to get the data out. And it's a lot cheaper than putting it like in a big relational database because it's just document storage. So we do that a bunch. Oh, I should check out Anso Graph Studio. I haven't messed with that at all. Yeah, Varsity Sleeper, like that is a problem. There's so many things you can't learn it all. There's just no way. The thing I would tell you, not that it's that helpful, is if you just find something you like to do, a lot of it translates pretty well. So if you learn to do one thing pretty well, you'll be fine. Uh, like I started with C++. Actually, no. I started by teaching myself TI Basic on the TI calculator. Went to college. My first class was in C++. And I used that pretty much nonstop for until probably like 2011, 2012. And then I switched to Node and JavaScript at the time. And then I went to Swift and Java. Then I went to C Sharp because Unity started becoming a thing. So I learned C Sharp. Actually, I was Objective-C for a little bit too. And you just kind of over time, like, you figure out how to adapt to whatever the new crap is. That's awesome, John, about graphs. Yes, learning to sneeze while looking at a light does count as a valuable skill. I like that. That's awesome. Yeah, John, I appreciate that's nice of you guys to say. Definitely don't just take what I say because like I like to think about it as like you guys are going to have different opinions, and I love hearing those different opinions because each of us have different experiences. And varsity, like you're going to look at things very differently than John, and John's going to look at things differently than me, and it's just really cool to be able to see how people look at things. And I do not pretend. I've been around a while now, I, so I have a good understanding of a lot of things. But there's no way I could be right about everything by any means whatsoever. Yeah, the number of services I've given up trying to keep up with that mic. It's insane. And then the other. This is me kind of ranting a little bit. I probably shouldn't, but then you will go and use a service, and you will like it. They had a like a machine learning service, and then they will go and deprecate it because not enough people use it. So you have to be careful about even bringing in and using the services of AWS because they will just like they'll quit. They'll quit supporting it, and then I mean it's not like an overnight thing, but it is a pain when you build stuff around it and then it's gone. Yep, it is so painful when they change it. Yeah, exactly, Mike. I agree. And I'm sorry about how bad Qwen 3 Max is working. This is very disappointing. I was actually kind of hyped to like make some stuff with it, but it's literally unusable. That's a bummer. I can see like letters coming in. So we've got an E. It's unbelievably how bad this is. So until they get the speed fixed, I would not recommend Qwen 3 Max at all. I would stick with Qwen 3 Coder for sure if you're using a Qwen model. If I gave this to so I gave my daughter GPT-5 and had her use it with medium reasoning, and it was frustrating her because it was so slow. So she asked me if she could go back to using Claude. If I gave her Qwen 3 Max, there's no way she'd make it very far. Like this is unbelievably bad. Yeah, I gotta run too in a minute, John. I appreciate you guys hanging out. This has been fun. Uh, Richard, it is an interesting question. I think it'd be really tough to try to replicate some of the things AWS has made and actually support it at the scale they support it at. Because it's not only the software, but it's also the infrastructure that they actually have in place too. And I don't know. I do not see AI replacing like some of the stuff that they have on AWS. To be honest with you, maybe one day, but it seems very far off for that to be the case. See you, Mike. I think I'm gonna call it too. I was hoping this would finish, but I don't think we're gonna get there. I think it would be here all night if we tried to make it work. I'm gonna go call it so I can get some sleep. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, jump in the Discord and join. I'd love to like kind of keep up with what you guys are doing. Let me grab a link before I drop here. Yeah, if you're not in Discord, jump in Discord. If you are able to get anything cool from Qwen 3 Max, let me know. I'd love to be able to see what people are able to do. And if you get something that's not purple, as funny as that is. All right, good night, everybody. Take care.